I was fucking worried about. I was worried that would happen, and it fucking did, so, yeah. Anyways. Here the fuck we are. So, now why are we in Roblox? We're in Roblox, so we need a fucking Zeppelin. So here we go, Zeppelin Wars. Okay. There we go. This is what we need. This is what we need. Alright. Now, this is how we will make our Zeppelin of the Wars. Does it have any other models in here? Zeppelin Wars.
Oh, you just made the video private.
Well, yeah, I realized one of my fucking private files showed up, so I had to fucking restart the stream and do a new one. That's what I worried when I do display capture, because that fucking shit always happens. So...
Okay,
I've restarted it. Medium airship. Okay. Can we export this and put it into an actual engine? Yeah, save the file. We mean Roblox model file. Roblox model file to Blender. Tell me!
Hello guys, in today's video I'm going to show you how to make a simple Roblox GFX. So you'll first need to have to name it something. Now you have to do this.
Okay, Zap. There we go, Zeppelin.
An export selection to name save. So you can put wave. It has you on it an object set origin to geometry. Then go to material view. As you can see it's glitch. So you have to go to material properties. Then go down, viewport display, alpha blend, then just press.
Oh, it's taking a sweet damn time. Okay, it's done. Okay. So, that's ready. We can probably do this one. So this is not going to be the Dreadnought one, so it won't have a Lich inside, but it could have Banshees inside of here. So... Okay. Compiling shaders. C4. Let's do 9. Alright, so this is the Zeppelin. Now let's do some size here. Scale model helper. Halo 3. I should be more concerned about the elite size actually, because we're using elites here. Okay, so it's a bit too small. Let's do 12. Hi, gaming cool kid. Alright. It's a bit better. Well, let's see how the Banshee fits in here. Okay, looks like there should be enough room. Yep, okay, so it is about the same size as a Lich, actually. Okay, so now we have a good, like, block out to work with.
Hello.
Hi, Rev.
How are things going?
Not good. I'm having a bad day so far. I can't figure out
Oh,
anything right now, and it's just not really working out for me.
modding's not going well.
Yeah, so I wasted most of the start of the day just being unable to understand what I wanted to do. So I was either working on the Amelia animation, which I'm so burnt out on, and I don't like. It feels more like I'm doing it out of obligation, and then the fucking Niagara Falls one, which is so ambitious, and then I decided, okay, maybe
Mhm.
I should make the Zeppelin one. My main problem is that, like, I just want to fucking make something that I can get a reward from for doing a small amount of work. But the problem is everything I could do right now is going to take more than one day. And I'm just really stressed
Oh,
out about a few things, so it's just,
I gotcha. Well, I'm thinking like I know that some creators on YouTube and like animators and things like that, whenever they're feeling like burnt out or they want to do something small and fun, they usually like start what's known like an animatic project or some super small like 5 second animation, like something that's fun, enjoyable, and can be put out there for like people to enjoy. And that's typically how they tend to do that because essentially it allows them to sort of refocus, be productive, do something small that people will enjoy, and then um, move on with like the next thing. It's like, okay, I've done the small project. Now I'm going to do something bigger that I want to do, or I've been productive, so now I can like goof off a little bit and X, Y, and Z basically. So that's typically where that sort of thing comes from. I know that with other animators out there, they do something similar where they basically oh, what's the word? Where they will um they'll go in and just animate something small. Like I don't know if you're like a not fit for work animator, like a twerk loop or some sex loop that's like used for the fun of it. If you're like a safe for work animator, people do things like, hey, I've just animated this like weapon a weapon motion or this background or like this small scene of like characters walking. Small things like that usually help, and it can be
yeah.
done in like a few minutes, maybe well, not a few hours, maybe even less. And typically they put it out there, people enjoy it, and they just kind of move on with their day, basically.
I see.
Yeah. So, I would recommend doing something like that. Like, I'm not saying plan something out, but be like, hey, I want to animate something stupid. Here's a raptor just like chasing its own tail like a dog, or here's like a takeoff animation of a shuttle or a landing animation, or here's this small thing I want to do. Like that. Those are like the main suggestions I would often like recommend. Again, that doesn't need to be elaborate, but can be fun. See? But yeah, hopefully that gives you kind of like some ideas. Let me see.
I'm not sure if it does, but I'll keep it in mind.
Okay. I think I've also mentioned my sister is she's left in a huff, I should mention. Uh, I've also mentioned the whole like, yo, her boyfriend was giving me all these issues and all that shit. Um, but for the first time in a while, I've actually been able to like properly clean the home. There's no dog hair anywhere. I'm actually like able to put in the air fresheners and everything. It's like, oh my God, this feels so much better.
Damn, that's good.
Yeah. And plus, there was a package for my uncle for like his bed, and I was able to like get it to him and like, hey, here you go, without having to go through like all the pain and the headache of like, oh, I gotta go through the dogs and shit. So, yay.
Yeah, not having to deal with all that bullshit sounds nice.
Yeah. It's especially the case when you got like, what's the word? When you just can like look at your home. Like even though my house is like empty as shit because I haven't gotten like what's the word? Furniture for everything yet. It's still nice to like see it and be like, ah, this belongs to me, you know, like this is my territory, this is my home. I'm not going to get evicted because it's my space, you know, yada yada yada, etc. And not like oh, it's my safe space bullshit. It's more like, hey, this is my territory. Nobody else gets to fuck with it.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Corey?
What?
I thought you were gonna say something.
Oh, sorry, I zoned out.
Yeah, he sounds pretty exhausted.
Yeah.
Other than that, yeah, just also checking a few other things here and there. And just to be clear, you are live streaming right now, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Then I'll keep part of this like to myself. I've just been busy with a few other friends, seeing how things are going with them. I might have some ideas on projects. I might also use the AI to design some critters and things for the Sonic project and see how that goes. Because why not? I figured since I got Stable Diffusion running, I might as well put it to some use. So it goes well, is what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that's good. I'm sorry. I'm just having so much trouble here.
Gotcha. Why not try something else for a little bit? Like try a game, do you know anything really? Like I'm not saying that in like a passive aggressive way. I'm being like genuinely honest. Why not just like take a break from the modding for a little bit, recenter your mind, and just do something to like recenter all the thoughts in your head for a little bit. Again, it doesn't have to be a project. Just can be anything really.
I just feel bad because I haven't gotten anything out in a week and I have no motivation to do anything, and everyone's just constantly asking me, oh, where's Fredbear's Free? Where's the next Halo mod? I haven't released any of the Halo mod in years. I've spent all this time working on this shit, and I have nothing to show for it right now because none of it's ready to release. I just feel so horrible right now. I just feel so horrible. I have no motivation to do anything, and it fucking sucks. Like, I just hate how long this shit takes. Why can't it just take a day? Why does everything I have to do take hours upon hours of time? Why can't I just press a button and it's done? You know, it's just so stressful. There's so many things I want to do right now, and I can't do any of them because it's like I'm so stressed out about how long it's gonna take to get it done. Like, I have so many obligations right now, and I just want to do something new. And if I do something new, I'll be too stressed out about the other things I have to do.
Right. Well, believe it or not, that happens to every creator. It happens to all creators out there in the world, and this is a common problem a lot of people have. The same sentiment you're having is what they have frequently. It's like, why can't this be done now? Why can't we push a button to be done with it? You know, all that shit. And excuse me, the simple fact of the matter is that and I've said this like many times, and it bears repeating, anything worth doing in life, is hard. It's difficult. If everything was easy, nothing would be great. Nothing would really stand out. We do difficult things. We create things that take time that may not be as satisfying as, say, doing nothing. But we do these things because, again, it's what we do. It's what we enjoy. We want to be creative. We want to put things out there in the world. We want people to enjoy the projects and the creations we create, not just because we want some fame or infamy for like the oodles of cash or the fangirls or fan guys or anything like that. You do all this because you want to do these things essentially. You put it out there, you show people like, hey, this is what I've created. And a lot of times, it can be successful, it cannot. Sometimes things don't go as planned, sometimes they do. And it again really boils down to the the amount of work you put into it. And people, again, I've said this all the time, uh, people always see this. They always see the effort and the work you put in. They always see the difficulties in creating something. And we've seen it all over the place. People who go hard into the paint, who do all this. It takes time. It takes years. Like a good example I can think of is this fucking Undertale. That took, I think, like 10 real world years for the guy to actually get it all out the door. Five Nights at Freddy's, Scott Cawthorne's sleepless nights, spending time coding everything correctly, creating games that he thought people wanted, and then, doing the best he could for Five Nights at Freddy's. And again, taking all that time, all that effort to make it work. It's nobody expects something to be done immediately. I think people or most people understand that nowadays, that creating mods, creating things like this takes time. It's always been, hey, you know, sorry, it always takes time. It always is complicated to get things running. It's not a simple procedure. But the important thing is that people understand that. Sure, you get some people who don't, who are like, hey, where's this mod? Oh, where's this? Where's that? Hey, where are you working on this? When are you working on that? Etc. Etc. And again, it's not out of malice, and it's not out of like people wanting to get your gold or anything like that. It's just people care a great deal about this. They feel passionate about it, and they want to know that the thing you're working on, this project, this mod, isn't going to be like other mods out there, or like other projects that have been created by people who just scam their audiences and things like that. Again, it's people just wanting assurances. It's people just wanting to know that the thing they're supporting is going to be a thing. It's going to be out there, and they'll be able to enjoy it. Again, you've done everything you can to get Fredbear's 3 out the door, to get your Halo mods out the door. It's taken time, it's taken years, and that's again to show nothing of the level of care and effort you want. If you just said, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna put it out there," and you didn't give a shit, you could do that. You could absolutely release the mod, release the game, and say, "Hey, eat this shit," etc., etc. But you don't do that. You care. You want people to have the best experience they could possibly have. You created a game that people enjoy, and you want them to continue to enjoy it. You don't want them to just be like, oh, shut the fuck up, you're all annoying. You're not pulling a DSP, basically.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing about it all. For me, again, and I'll keep saying this, you've done a lot of work, and you always have. And this isn't going to be done in 1 week, in 2 weeks, and anything like that. It never will, because that's just the nature of things like mods. That's the nature of things when it comes to any big projects like this. It will inevitably take time. But the important thing is that you don't give up on it. You don't just rush the project out the door. You don't just say, fuck it, I'm done with this shit, or anything. You will be demoralized. You will have moments where like, oh, I want to do something, and that's fine. But again, understand that you'll run into the wall. You'll run into the limitations. You'll run into that moment where you're just sitting there with your hands on the keyboard, wondering, what can I do? What should I work on? What can I, get done? And the simple fact of the matter is that at some point, our creative block is going to hit you. And if you try to keep going through with the project, if you try to keep working on an animation, doing a mod, trying to get everything out the door, trying to do 100 different things, or just forcing the process, you're going to get more and more frustrated. You're going to make more mistakes. You're more likely to just want this to get out the door. And you won't catch issues that you may have caught if you were in the right headspace. And that's what happens quite a lot. Again, these mods, these games, all of this is going to take time. And I understand the frustration. I understand the desire to be like, oh, I want to push a button. I want to do this. Believe me, everyone does. But again, you need to understand, and I'm not saying this to be like condescending, but you need to step back for a moment, get your mind like, in the moment, and realize like, okay, this is going to take time. Am I being, am I working optimally? Am I succeeding at what I'm doing at right now, or am I just forcing my head into the wall? Am I just doing this because I want this done and not caring how it's going to turn out? Am I thinking with all pistons firing, or am I just trying to get this done because I just don't care anymore? And that's the important thing here. That's why I say things like, take a moment, recenter yourself, do something else for a little bit, let your mind reset for a second. Like, be aware of the project still out there, be aware of like the thing you need to do, of course, but don't let yourself get so hung up on all this. Don't let yourself be so hung up on, I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do this, that you can't see, as the expression goes, the forest for the trees. You can't stop and realize, oh, I need to stop.
Yeah, that's true.
And again, we all run into creative block. It happens. Everybody who's been creative has had these moments happen in their life once or twice. Again, I can't even begin to describe the amount of times it happened to, again, Scott. It happened um, to Toby Fox. It's happened to a lot of people. Even some folks I work with on a regular deal with these sort of things. And usually what they'll do is just, again, work on something else, do something else. Even if it's a small doodle, even if it's a small, like anything, it helps them get their mind in the moment. It's like, oh, I could do this, I could do that. Oh, this is the mistake I was doing. This isn't what I was doing correctly. Oh, I can do this, I can do that. And it helps them. It gets them back on their feet, it gets them back into the moment, and they realize, oh, this is what I can do. Again, creative block is a pain in the ass. It is the worst thing to have, because again, you get stuck in that rut. In the attempt to break the wall down, you're just smashing your head over and over again. And that's what it is. If you want this project, this mod to be released, well, let me ask you a quick question. When we last spoke about this, I advised the idea of like a vertical slice, or like something to release for the fans to enjoy for a short period of time while the rest of it is going. Something to show that, like, hey, it's still in production, it's still being worked on. Here's like a 1.5 build, here's a 2.5 build, whatever the case may be. For your mods or Fredbears or anything like that, have you tried doing something like that? At least to like release.
I wanted to do that for the archipelago map, but it didn't work. MCC just had a black screen crash every time I tried to open it, and no one knows how to fix it, and I'm just so fucking stuck on it, and no one can help me. So that's part of the reason why I'm upset, because I spent all that time in November and December working on that, and I may have wasted my time because I can't actually figure out how to get the map to work, and no one can help me. So. Yeah.
And that's the large map you and I did, right?
The one with the pelican, where you fly the pelican.
Yeah.
For Fredbear's free, it's just like, I mean, most of the game is done. It's just I need to animate a bunch of cutscenes in SFM. And,
okay.
That's always a pain in the ass to do.
Alright. So if that's all that's left, really, for Fredbear's 3, then I'm not saying this is like, oh, the solution is obvious, but I think in terms of priority, in terms of like getting something out there, and
it's also the Shadow Spinosaurus in Total Hell mode in the extras menu. Those are like the last few things too.
Okay.
So I also have to add some polish to the alternate routes, but other than that, and also add some details to the challenge nights. But yeah.
Right. Then maybe it would be best to release a sort of like, hey, the game's nearly finished, but I want you guys to kind of like enjoy something. So here's like a let's call it like a trial run release. Like, obviously it's going to be here for a little while, and then once everything's complete, I'll remove it and put in the full version with everything in it.
I guess that could help.
A lot of indie games do this sort of like, because a lot of indie games run into the same problem you do, where it's like everything's nearly finished, but there's like so many small details that need to be done that it sort of drags out the process in major ways. And so what a lot of indie developers do is that they release a version of the game which is kind of like a nearly feature complete version, but it's stable enough to play, it's stable enough to enjoy all this stuff. Here you go. I think Ark did that like back when it was an indie game. Subnautica did that as well with its like builds and showing like, hey, here's build 1.5, 4.4, blah 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 blah. A lot of indie games do that, and I think that would be the best idea for you. At least like getting it out there, showing like, hey, it's almost all done, but it's clearly not, and I want to give something back to like everyone who supported me thus far, and all the fans who want this game to be there. So here's like for you, here's Fredbear's I don't know, uh nightmare thought, whatever the case may, like whatever you want to wind up calling it. Um this is what I think would be the best like kind of like idea for it.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
I'm just trying to think about that. It's just, a lot to kind of figure out.
Well, yeah, it comes with the territory because again, it's one of those problems where you have so many ideas, you have so many like conceptual things. You want to like get that out the door as best as you can. And again, as the world is, and with everything out there, it's just not possible. And I'm not saying that in like um a defeative way or anything like that. I'm not saying this is like, oh, you're never going to succeed at blah, blah, blah. No, no, far from it. I'm just laying it as it is that there are so many factors that go against you in the things you want to do, in how you want to create it, in what's the word? In creating everything and everything that you want. And
I gotta
hold on.
go, guys.
So, yeah.
All right, you're good. Take care.
Yeah, I'll talk to y'all later on.
Okay, bye. Um, all these sorts of problems, all these sorts of like, what's the word? Um, all these sorts of things, basically, and that's just what comes with the territory. That's just how it happens and how it goes. And again, like I said, again, what you wind up deciding to do, I think it's up to you. If you want to create Fredbear, like release a build XYZ version of Fredbear's 3, I think would probably be the like best option, or like if you want to do that, go for it. If not, you don't have to. Again, if you want everything to be finalized, if you want the project to be like, oh my god, it needs to be it needs to be this, this, and this, then you can do that as well. I don't think anyone's gonna hold it against you. At worst, you'll get like some people being like, "Oh, I expected this, I expected that, but whatever." But I think that's about it, really. At the end of the day.
I guess my worry has always been the spoilers, because it's like I have so much in the game. Like, there's so much content. There's over, like, there's so many, like, maps in the game. There's so many different animatronics. Like, I think there's over 100 in the game, so it's just been something that I've been working on for such a long time and trying to figure out how to, go about, getting...
I getcha. Well, I guess the other suggestion I might recommend would be, what's it called? It could probably be, I'm trying to think of the right word here. A sort of like raw version. Like, hey, I've taken out the bells and whistles for this, like a non-spoiler specific build, I guess would be the best way to put it. Like, hey, I've taken out the bells and whistles. I've removed some story important animatronics. Here's some like placeholders. Cutscenes won't play. This is strictly gameplay. Or if you want to like lean into the lore, people like just put in the most basic, like, hey, this is what this is, and leave it at that kind of thing. You can basically do that because again, at the end of the day, this version that you're trying to create or release is just this is for the fans. This is to show that hey, still in production. This is something for people to enjoy. This isn't the final game, not even remotely close. Not, blah 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 blah, etc., etc., etc. This is just purely what you can expect, and here, have fun. I don't think there'd be any problem with that, especially if you show it's like, yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff. Like at the end of whatever gameplay build you release, you could also probably do something like, oh, by the way, here's here's a teaser for what to expect. Like here's this, here's that, blah 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 blah. I think that would probably be the best for you, and it would also help you. What's the word? Get back into like a better mental state as well, because again, it'll show that, hey, I actually was able to give something to the fans, and hold them over for a little while I get everything else finalized and like focused on my brain.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But again, like I said, that's just my recommendation. Excuse me.
I guess I just gotta see what I can do about that.
Sure. And I don't think it'll be much of an issue at the end of the day. Like whatever you wind up deciding to do, people will support it, and it'll turn out all right for you. You just gotta, like I keep saying, you can't let your own brain be like, hey, it's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be this. Oh my god, why are you wasting your time? Blah blah blah. Again, you gotta grab that little voice and choke the ever living life out of it to get it to shut up.
Yeah. I think I can do that.
All right, sounds like a plan then. Okay, let me see. Almost stood on that. Yeah. Nothing major to report news-wise. Well, other than Highguard continuing to fail. It's again insanely bad, and now the shills are trying to super cope for it,
That's funny.
which doesn't surprise me. Oh yeah, it's not even so, like they're saying Highguard could be successful if X, Y, and Z, and Jeff Keighley really likes this game, and it's a shame that the audience, and then they start blaming the critical drinker and neurotic for the game's failure. It's like, what? How are they the failure? Like, how are they causing failure to the game?
They don't have that power to fucking make a game fail like that. Like, they didn't, like,
No.
Critical Drinker didn't like Predator Badlands. Did that movie fail? No, it did not. So, shut up with that shit. That's not, like, just because they don't like something doesn't mean it means to failure, It doesn't mean it's gonna fail. That's not why.
Exactly. It just means that, again, the way they see it is like it's the same way like a lot of these idiots don't understand. It's like, oh my god, they have a legion of this and these fans, and don't you understand that blah 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 blah. And again, it's that mentality of, hey, people, what's the word? The people may not support this thing, but that doesn't mean there's like a lead, like it's that mentality of, oh my god, they have an army, and they listen to them, and clearly people can't think for themselves, so they're like drones and blah blah blah. It's like, no, that's not even remotely close. But again, they'll come up with these they'll come up with these like exaggerated reasons as to why the game is failing or why the audience hates it, and never addressing the simple fact that people don't want this game. You know, it's a poor man's Apex Legends, and the character, it's many things. It's the gameplay isn't satisfying. The guns feel nice, but that's it, and sound decently. The character abilities are not well written, well done. The characters are not interesting. The maps are way too big for a 3v3 setting. There's like 100 different things that is going against this game, and none of it has to do with the critical drinker or this or racist fans or anything of that nature. It's simply that people do not care for it, and that's it. It it was a bad decision. Which, oh, by the way, I want to mention this. It's now the active people playing this game right now is 9,000. By the way,
Oh man.
from the initial like 50,000, like I think 158 player, something around that point. I want to say, and it's down since that to about 9,000 as of at the time of this conversation. That is a 90% drop off from when this game came out to, just a few days basically. And again, it's just getting worse and worse. The audience has spoken. The normies and everybody else is saying like, yeah, this isn't interesting. And for me, honestly, I think the fix to this game is pretty simple. Make interesting characters, shrink the maps down slightly so that way it's not too obnoxious. Um, not too obnoxious. Um, make make the gameplay loop a little bit more engaging, and there you go. Or at the very least, if you have to have the big maps, add like NPC minions who will fight with you. I think that would be interesting and would give the maps a reason to be that big and give the players like an actual like, hey, we can actually like farm some kills and do some shit, Like again, it's these small things that could probably make it better. But it's too late at this point.
It is too late.
That being said, it's far too late. I'm sorry that the rot is terminal. The wokeisms have infected the brain. We must operate. Oh God. I mean, I'll give the developers one thing. They haven't resorted to calling their fans racist or whatever. They're actually like listening and trying to improve. So, they're growing up. It's a shame that that's the novelty of this whole thing.
Yeah. That's surprising.
Hmm. Okay, it should never have been surprise. Like it's a shame that it's like that. It should never have been surprising. That's like the default. I think most developers should take nowadays, but again, they don't because it's easier to blame the fans and claim my racisms or my misogynies or whatever you want to say than it is to acknowledge a game's fundamental failures and the fact that the developers made a bad game. Yeah, it's a shame. Honestly, I've grown quite tired of this whole shit, to be quite frank. Just, just all these like, again, I don't mind High Guard, or I don't mind the idea behind High Guard. I think it's a fine concept, but again, a concept can only get you so far.
It's a flawed concept for sure.
Hmm. It honestly, it shouldn't have been a hero shooter. First of all, I think it should have just been like a Battlefield, Battlefront style game, where you and a team could like charge in with like bots and fight and do the castle siege bullshit, all that stuff, like with actual like support and fun versus like, oh, it's three people seizing a toy fort with a fucking battering ram. Oh, by the way, you have a limited amount of lives before the siege fails, and then you wind up having to start the whole process over again. About that game, and I'm surprised because normally whenever there's like a crap game like this, I don't give a shit after a while. But I think it's because I played it that I feel personally insulted by it.
Personally slighted you.
Exactly, it's like the game didn't like slap my son or shoot my dog, but I feel personally like insulted, and it must pay now.
That's the biggest crime.
Absolutely. Again, God forbid. All right, that's how that works. But yeah, it's just obnoxious, if anything else, really. At the end of the day, and that's all I can like say with any form of like sympathy. Really, at the end of the day, it's like it had an idea, it fundamentally failed, it fundamentally annoys everyone, and again, don't waste your time. There are better games like Apex Legends, like literally any game out there. You know, don't waste your time with this. Don't even bother like putting up with it. You know, like literally don't bother.
I mean, you could just play Halo.
Yeah.
That'd be a better choice.
Again, literally you could literally just play Halo at the end of the, like or any other ancient game that exists out there. You know, like on Steam and everything. Which again is why these idiots want to ban all the old games because like oh if they're forced to play these games, then ours have it. And again that's I think that's another thing that annoys me is that the fact that these slump games cannot survive against older games out there, and that's sort of why there's such a push to be like, oh, ban the old games, destroy the archives, do all this shit. Because again, they want people to be forced into the slot games, to be forced to play these fucking things. Because if there's alternatives, you're not going to do it. You know, like why would I go to this store that regularly pees in my food when I can go to this other older store that doesn't pee in my food?
Yeah, there's just no incentive to do that.
Exactly. Not only is there no incentive to do that, there's no reason to go to the to not always pick that up. And again, it's the not even determination. Sorry, it's the law of dominant strategy. If you know something's going to win, you're going to do it anyway. Again, it's common sense at the end of the day, and it's a shame that a lot of these game developers don't understand it. It's a shame that they keep trying desperately to again guilt and shame their audiences. They keep trying desperately to be like, oh, you need to play the slot game, you need to do this, you need to do that, um you need to do this and this, you need to go through all the hurdles and all these problems and all this stuff, to get this and this. It's like no, nobody should be forced to do that. Everyone should be free to pick their own decisions. Again, they don't want that. They don't want people to be able to pick these things because again, it's if anything, it's just selfish and I'm gonna be frank.
If people were able to pick on their own, they wouldn't, because they want state mandated like video games. That's what it is.
So, yeah, state mandated video games slash what is it? State mandated video games slash um things that appeal to them because God forbid they get any sort of like freedom of choice. That's what they want. And it's always like the most, how do I put it? It's like the most uncomfortable to really like witness all that because again, it's just the same thing over and over again. They want censorship, they want this, they want that, they want people, to be told how to think, how to feel, all this sort of shit. And it's like, no, you shouldn't want that. At the end of the day, you should be like, oh, I would like to play a game that actually like rewards my time and effort. Again, I want to play Halo because it does that for me. I want to play um, GTA because I can like do these things. I want to play this game. I want to play that game. I want to play any game that gives me that ability to have fun, to enjoy myself and not be forced to be, shamed into playing a game just because, oh, you don't agree with it. It's again, it's a right shame, it's a right tragedy. It's just the same bullshit, different year. And again, it's a good thing that this sloth crap is dying, that people are are becoming indifferent to it to the point where it's actually like failing almost as frequently as it gets created. You know, nobody's buying the slop, nobody's supporting it, nobody cares about, oh, my woke points, my this, my that, oh my god, I have to, what's the word? I have to like go out of my way to do this, I have to go out of my way to do that, oh, I can do that, you know, I have to do this, this, and this. It's like, no, people, again, like I said, people fundamentally don't care anymore. And again, it's all because these idiots went out, went too hard. They called everything problematic, everything racist, everything is this, this, and this, and they kept pointing it out, and people just got tired of it. And once they realized, like, oh, the canceling crap doesn't actually work or doesn't affect me that badly. Okay, I'm just gonna move on with my life. That's the moment they lost everything.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, again, like you've always said, now that Elon's bought Twitter, now that the censorship cannot thrive in a vacuum, and the marketplace of ideas is as free as it is, they can't do anything about it. You know, people
Or
are waking up to a lot of
they can't win without censorship, so we'll be fine.
exactly. And again, it's good to see that. Now, obviously, their tactics still have some effectiveness, being canceled, not even being canceled, but doxing, all this sort of shit. It is disgusting. They will use that. They don't give a shit about the people they destroy so long as they can like do it because, they're not even again at this point, I think it would be a safe bet to say they're not even human.
Yeah. And Cosmic Creature in the chat says that's true.
Well, it's kind of like ironic. It's like that's why they side with evil so much, Rev. It's because they're not human. They're actually demons that have been deluded into believing they're good. It's like, oh my god, obviously not. But no, it would be some shit if that was the case.
Real? Yeah, it would be true.
Yeah. Well, it would explain. It's like, and then you find out that the crazy preacher on the street was actually right. It's like, these are demons. They're Satan's armies. Just kind of going on and on. It's like, okay, you don't have to rub it in our face, Crazy John. Or no, sorry.
Crazy
What's the name of the guy?
Carl. I
Yeah,
think.
that's it, Crazy Carl. I know you're out there. No, you
It's
don't.
funny cause fucking Styx was kind of the same cause she like have these crazy conspiracy theories, but every time in the show she'd end up being right. Cause I remember Mega
Yeah.
Tank was like being like, "Oh, Styx is like Alex Jones," and I said, "Oh, is it because she always ends up being right in the show?" And then he just went fucking silent. He went fucking silent after that. It's so fucking funny.
It's like, shit. It's like, oh no, my attempts to roast Alex Jones have failed. Fuck. Honestly, I still like Alex Jones as a meme because
They're making
like
the
listening to
frogs
him.
gay.
Yay. I don't like them putting chemicals in the waters that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand, though? Sick of this crap. It's that, and I think my favorite has to be like when he's going on his like rant. He screams, "Hillary Clinton is a goddamn demon." That's my favorite. Just hearing that, him shouting that, and then we find out what happens in like the Epstein Islands. Like, oh my god, he was right. She is a demon.
Oh my god.
Her in her Emperor Palpatine fucking cosplay. Fucking bitch.
Oh, Cosmic
No,
Creature says save the frogs in the chat.
save the. I don't want to be socially engineered anymore. These beeplers, I think that's my other favorite. Like when he describes like the fucking like everyone being like brainwashed, it's like the fucking beeblers. Like what? But yeah. Hold on. Okay, so I've got the Sonic Sonic film in the head again. It's like, I'm sorry, that fucking first movie, like everyone was like, oh, it's not that great, whatever. It's like, yeah, now they've made 3 fucking films and are working their way for a 4th. What do you mean it doesn't work?
In the end, it turned out pretty fine, you know?
Oh yeah, it was. Well, again, people are like, oh, they were expecting something deep, and it's like, why are you expecting something deep from a fucking
It's literally
hedgehog?
just Hop, but with fucking Sonic, okay? It's the Easter Bunny movie, but with fucking Sonic. You know, I remember when that came out on Easter, and my dad took me to watch that in a movie, and then that fucking ending, that, like, bunny, rabbit, like, fucking chick hybrid scared me as a kid.
Oh God. This is why we don't procreate. The only thing I remember is just like from the trailers, because I never actually saw the film. Like that was after I was like a little kid. But I remember hearing about the film, and one of the things that made me laugh, like, because I was seeing the trailers all over YouTube, and one of the things that made me like laugh a lot was the like some bit in the trailer where it goes like, I think it's like the dad rabbit saying, the scepter can only be wielded by a bunny, and then just cut to the fat chick just goes, look at me wielding, oh, I'm wielding it again. Like that part always made me laugh. It's like, oh yeah, that is a great way to like say fuck you, I can do it.
Yeah.
But yeah. No, honestly, like I said, the film, again, a lot of people were like super like, oh, because obviously they wanted the Sonic film to fail because, oh, how dare a film not like punish its audience and all that shit. And here we are, like years later. It's not only done well, it's.
I remember that back in fucking. Oh fuck! Like I remember that like the fucking Litarticus friends at school were getting so pissed off about the movie because it was beating Birds of Prey.
Oh, I remember. Oh my God, I forgot Birds of Prey was even a thing.
Everyone forgets it's a thing, so.
Yeah, because it's so retarded.
Brendan can suck my dick. He's an asshole and he sucks dick. So yeah, I won.
Just out there in the vast ether, Brendan.
That guy was an
He was
asshole to
disturbing.
me in school for literally no reason. I did nothing to that fucker, so it's like, you know what? And he was like shilling for the Birds of Prey movie. Like, yeah, get fucked. Movie failed. Pack it up, buddy. Sonic Bros took the win.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Again, it still makes me laugh just hearing. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just picturing that. Just fucking Brendan out there somewhere is like, I feel disturbed. Like, he just feels a chill down his spine. It's like, I feel something. Oh, what's happening? But yeah, again, Birds of Prey, like, oh God. Well, again, this is, I keep saying this, and, it bears repeating, is that the DC creators have constantly tried to make Harley her own thing. It's like, God, please stop. Our whole thing has only ever been, oh, she's the Joker's side bitch. All she's ever been is in like fucking emotional wrecked relationships. And again, these shows and these like projects that try to make her own character really do show that she's got nothing to her. It's like, oh, she's crazy, she's violent. Isn't that funny? Isn't that interesting? It's like, no, that's boring and bland. And then when they try to reinvent the character every other time, it's like, oh my God, but we're making her more likable. Hashtag relatable. We're doing this. We're doing that.
she's
Oh my God,
great.
isn't that? It's so tiring. It really is.
You
Because
know the
again,
Master Cheeks thumbnail for his Halo 4 video, and it says the rape. That's what she is.
yeah, basically. Well, again, like I keep saying, is that all this again, trying to make Harley a character, trying to like give her lead character status in any project has constantly like backfired. The only thing that people will point to and say like, oh, but isn't she great in this? Is the fucking Harley Quinn like show, whatever the fuck, that they've done, and that's only because it's so absurd and non-serious that nobody cares. You know, it's isolated to its own thing, and that's about it. And they keep hammering that show on. They keep trying to make it more and more, and it just keeps getting
Oh
further and
my.
further.
I remember
You
that
know.
shit back in fucking, I think it was 2020 or
Mhm.
2019, and when like one of like my former friends, like she wouldn't stop fucking obsessing over the show and sending me pictures about it. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, again, the show's persisted simply because, it appeals to the Tumblrinas, and somehow, some way, it still gets renewed simply because it's so cheap to make, and people don't give a shit about it that it's isolated from like the typical whirlwind of criticism and shit. It's not a successful show. It's just so small that nobody gives a shit about it. So it's like, oh, good.
So it's the same reason why you don't have people going after Hash Brown Hotel as much.
Yeah, basically.
Like, the only people I've seen go after Hash Brown Hotel are people that are like fucking like pastors, and they know how fucking bad of a retelling of the Bible it is. Like, I just got my Bible and I've been reading it, and I'm like, it's like, and I already knew a bit of the story. I'm like, yeah, fucking Hash Brown Hotel has no idea what the fuck it's talking about.
Exactly. Oh no, what I also find hilarious is that I looked into this because I remember I thought something about this whole bullshit show seemed familiar, and then I realized what it was, is that um what's the word? The the show is trying to redo the or trying to make Charlie what's it called? Trying to make Charlie I'm not going to say into like a Christ figure, but it's trying to make her or trying to let her do what's said in like the Bible, the I think it's called the scouring of hell. And in the Bible, basically. Um, in sorry, in the beginning, in the Bible, it basically goes into like it's like a very specific section. I can't remember which psalm or verse, but I remember that in it specifically, Jesus goes to hell to take out the souls from hell, those who were ignorant of God's word, and so on and so forth. Basically, that's what the scouring of hell was. And so he took them. This included Adam and Eve, who wound up in hell because of the first sin bullshit kind of crap, basically. But effectively, Jesus made it so all souls would be redeemed again before a certain period, and so on and so forth, basically. And I just realized that that's basically what the show is trying to be. It's trying to be the scouring of hell, but it's trying to make what's it called? It's trying to make Charlie into the analogous to Jesus. Like, no, I'm sorry, no, you don't get to do that now.
Yeah, it just sounds like Vizzy Pop was upset that she had to go to church every fucking Sunday and was scarred by it. So now she wants to force people to watch her shitty show every Sunday, and no one gives a
Yeah,
shit.
isn't that ironic?
I mean, that's the thing about these people. They fucking complained about going to church, and then they want to put everyone through fucking lectures. So the real truth is they only like I've seen some of them in their ranks notice this, that a lot of them are just evangelical Christians, and they're just like, you know, they just don't want to admit it. Like, a lot of them are just
Yeah,
looking for religion. That's it, and they've replaced religion with their politics, and that's what it's really all about.
exactly. There's no like this is the secret sauce. This is the truth of their words, is that a lot of these people, that's why they defend their political views with such intense fucking revelry, and being like, oh my god, my sciences, my this, my that, oh my god, all this shit, basically. It's because they've replaced faith with it, and they keep going on about it, and they keep banging on their little drum and basically being like, oh my god this and oh my god that, like, I'm not a Christian or something like that. I'm the spiritual bullshit, whatever, 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 basically. That's all it is at the end of the day. And it's obnoxious, really, to say the least. And again, people like Vizzy create this sort of shit because they want to subvert this, because they want to, like, in a lot of ways, create their own pseudo religion. for this sort of like millennial crap. You know, because it's like, why go to church when I can watch this show instead, and it gives me like the same quote unquote moral lessons. And it's like, no, it doesn't. A baby, whatever you want to call it, doesn't give you the same moral lessons. It's devoid of morality, actually, when you think about it, because all the characters are evil, all the characters are awful. They do horrendous things to one another almost frequently, and the punchline is usually something incredibly just mean-spirited. Like, I know comedy is subjective. That is a given, you know, at the end of the day. But even then, there's usually something that everyone can agree is funny, you know? Like, again, we'll take Smiling Friends, for example. Why is this so beloved while Has Been is so, hated? And that being said, like, I know that the voice actor Charlie has a or Charlie in fucking Smiling Friends, just to be clear, has appeared and has been and has done work for Vizzy and all that sort of shit. I'm not saying, oh, like a lot of people losing their fucking mind, like, oh my god, he's betrayed us and all that shit. It's like, no, he hasn't. He's a voice actor. He does work for people, and that's it. You know, he gets paid for what he does.
Oh, he's in Space King,
Um,
so
yeah, exactly. And so it's like, what are you talking about? He's betrayed you. He's betrayed no one. But you know, it's that's what I'm getting at. It's like he does work for folks, like any other voice actor. Again, it's like when people found out that Mike Pollock was in Berserk, and people felt like, oh my God, how dare you support some pseudo Christian fascist, whatever you want to call it, bullshit.
well,
And it's
they
like,
already hate
wait,
Mike Pollock because I think he's like Jewish or something, and because he's like Israel, they don't like him because of that, and they spent like weeks trying to get Sega to fucking get rid of him as like a voice actor on Twitter, and nothing happened because Sega doesn't give a shit. Like that's something
yeah,
Sonic
they're
fans
they're
actually tried doing because they were like super like, oh, he's a fucking Israeli or something. How dare he? Let's get rid of him. But
the fuck. Again, he's been. I honestly feel bad for Mike Pollock because like he's done nothing like heinous to people. He's not been like a pain in other people's ass. He sticks to his lane as much as possible. He gives like the fans like some funny audio lines and whatever. You know, like he actually tries to be fun and down to earth, basically, right? And I feel bad for him because it's like even when he does all this, the toxic Sonic fans still go after his ass for nothing. It's like, come on, guys. Like, Christ on the bike, you know?
I'm not really shocked to be honest, because a lot of them are just like these are like these are the same people that like say Sonic would agree with my politics and makes like some fucking Sonic picture about that.
Sonic would just call you a fucking loser and skateboard out and be like, yeah, way past cool. That's it. That's what he would just do.
Well, he's not like the thing about Sonic is that like he like these people like these fucking people on Twitter want to take other people's rights to freedom of speech away. They want to censor people they disagree with. Sonic would be against that. So like to say that he would
Because
agree with your politics is pretty bullshit because if you actually know anything about Sonic, you know that's not something
yeah,
he
you know
would
that
like.
he's very much against it. If anything, like if they said, "Oh, Eggman would agree with my politics," it's like, yeah, no, you're not. You're absolutely right. He would agree with your politics.
Yeah,
That's not a good thing.
cause everyone under Eggman's rule is equally as poor, and they don't have any autonomy. They're just all fucking slaves. Which is
Yes.
the shit these
I
people
mean,
want.
I joke and say like I would unironically work for Dr. Eggman as like a funny sort of like, yeah, I know it would suck, but it'd be kind of fun. Get again, there's the Rumpus Room. I can go there. I can enjoy it. You know, like just as a general joke. And I kind of imagine it's like working for him. There are some like weird fucking benefits you don't expect anywhere else. It's like, oh yes, you get to use the crane machine. It's like, yay! Just again, stupid fucking shit. But that's how I view it. Like I said, it's this constant like, what's the word? Moral pageantry, constantly trying to like claim X character would do this and all that shit. And like I said, I feel legitimately
They're
sad about the whole.
childish. They're
Yeah.
these people are like still like children, and that
One second, I gotta take a phone call. Hold on.
okay.
Sorry about that. Go on.
Yeah, so I was just saying, these people are just still children. You know, that's why they fucking do this shit, where they're like, oh, Sonic would agree with my politics. That they're just
Yeah.
fucking childs. They haven't grown up, so they still use fucking fictional characters to like say.
To prop up their arguments, yeah. Like I do something similar to that as well. I'll fully admit that, but that's mostly in terms of like I use it as examples or like examples like yeah, this is like it in motion or like this is where the mentality comes from. That's what I tend to do, obviously. But there's a big difference between using that to have an intelligent adult conversation versus oh I want to own the chuds by saying this specifically. It's like, oh, for God's sakes. You know?
The only thing they're owning is themselves, because it just
Yes.
makes them look fucking pathetic every time.
Oh, absolutely. Well, again, it also is hilarious because, again, as many times as like Raptor can be weird, the comic he sent pretty much hits the nail on the hammer, or the nail on the head, really, when you think about it. The whole like, why are you eating shit to own the chuds? It's like, yeah, that's really owning the chuds now, not making you look like an unhinged lunatic.
We're totally owned, Rev. We've been totally owned that they supported the latest shitty game.
Exactly. Well, I think it's because in their twisted brains, they think that the thought games, right, is like ironcladding the future for them. Like they'll be able to then say, "Oh, these games were actually super good, and it was a handful of toxic individuals who hate it." Like using fucking retrospectives to claim like some pyrrhic victory over their enemies. It's like that's not how that works.
Yeah.
But again, people are just. I can't even say they support this crap unironically anymore. It's just people are done with this shit. People are finished with the what's the word? People are finished with it, And again, it kind of goes back to the whole Sonic thing. It's like, ironically, as weird as it sounds, Sonic is the one thing that has avoided a lot of this like political bullshit by virtue of it just kind of being around so long that the character's just been kind of established. Legitimately, this constant like, oh my god, oh Sonic this, Sonic, like legitimately speaking here for like a brief second. It's.
I think it's because Sega, like, if you watch, I don't know if you watched the video I sent you that was in regards to how Ian Flynn doesn't understand Amy's writing, but in the video, in the final bits, it goes over to IDW writers, and they are fucking unhinged on Twitter, right? And they want to do a lot of fucking parasitical shit to Sonic, and the only reason they haven't is because of the fucking Sega mandates, right? So that's the truth of it. They can't, because they want to like make every character fucking in very retarded relationships, right? And the reason they can't do that is because Sega won't let them. Because they're like, no, you're not doing this shit. We're not going to let you do this shit. So that's the reason why you don't see it. Like, the most we've gotten is, I guess, would say Sonic Prime, and hopefully Sonic Movie 4 isn't, like, playing into that garbage when it comes out. But Sonic Prime was, like, the most we saw with that. And I guess a bit of Sonic Boom with the modern bullshit. Because they did it especially with Amy, and with how they characterized Sonic, they made him into a complete fucking idiot for no other reason than, like, oh, he has to be the fucking, that archetype.
The speed bag. Yeah. Which, again, it's like, this is what I mean. It's a constant, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, after a certain period of time, it's very difficult to write a character, and I'm not even going to say, like, write a character consistently. But it's very difficult to like when you have a character who's been around for ages, literally for ages, and they're constantly like changing and adapting, and the times have changed considerably. it's almost impossible to consistently write for them for anymore. Again, what is cool 10 years ago may not be cool now. And the real challenge, and I think the real success in that, is making a timeless cool character, someone who people enjoy frequently and can continue to enjoy regardless of the era, you know? And again, that's where Sonic really shines the most. It's because he's able to, or they've continuously kept Sonic as he is, because Sega understands, like, hey, this is a game about a fucking cartoon hedgehog. This is a game about this thing, this, like, Sega's always been very hands off with it, but they've always had this sort of like, we want it to be this way. It's like, again, working for, well, actually, ironically, it's kind of like working for me at times, where it's like, I'll give you a general like idea and be like, hey, do this, and that's it. Like the most broad strokes. Make this as it should be, but do whatever you feel is necessary for it, and don't worry about anything else.
I mean, you let me do that whole entire fucking episode without any fucking requests for
Yeah,
changes, so like
exactly.
you didn't ask me to do any of that, and I did it anyways.
Yeah. And that's what it is. It's like Sega really is kind of like me in that sense. It's like they'll let you do whatever so long as it's consistent with what they want. And very rarely do they come in and be like, "Oh my God, you have to do this, you have to do that. This game needs to be this. This game needs to be that." I think the only time it was like that was when the whole Sonic Boom thing was happening, and like Sega, like again, Sega really felt threatened by what was happening with um what's the word, with Sonic Boom, because it's like this was going to be their like big thing where it's like, oh, that's going to be popular in the West, we're reinventing the character, we want the origin of the character to be this, but it's also just kind of like they got cold feet at some point and realized like, oh, let's not do this. That's what led to the changes in Sonic Boom being what they were basically.
Yeah, I mean, Sonic Boom was just kind of set up for failure from the
Yeah, at
start.
every possible turn. Well, not only because of what happened with Sega, but also because Big Red Button was just trying to do something that they thought would be successful excuse me, without understanding, the basics of Sonic or anything like that. They just wanted to do these ideas and really ran with it. And even when there was no like Sega oversight on a lot of things, um, they still wound up creating things that just were
Well,
just
you
unusual or
you
new.
had the first problems of the fucking fact that they limit Sonic's speed, like they turned him into a generic fucking platformer, like he was fucking Crash Bandicoot, and you can fucking tell it because it's like he spends most of his time in combat or battling like it's fucking Jak and Daxter. It's like, yeah, not surprising when you get fucking people who worked on those games now they're going to fucking be
Mhm.
oh, Cosmic Creatures has got to go, guys. Got to get back on my Halo stuff. Okay, see ya.
Very good. Good luck.
But that's
Just
like
going.
that's the problem. It's like you have these people who make different style of platformers working on a platformer game that's supposed to be high focus. Like if you're gonna make them do anything, they should have had a fucking Shadow the Hedgehog game because I feel like that gameplay would suit Shadow better than Sonic, right? But when it's Sonic, it's like, oh, so you're removing all the speed and he loses all his uniqueness. That's the problem. And you gave him a fucking like electrical dominatrix whip that he uses to whip robots who are completely innocent and have done nothing wrong. Like literally, Lyric did nothing wrong in that game. Oh, he probably did, but I don't want to remember what his problem was.
Lyrics just like, I was just frozen in my prison, and this fucking dick just woke me up. It's like, the fuck.
I mean, that's pretty much what fucking happened. He was frozen in prison for literally doing nothing wrong, and this fucking rat was like, oh, you have to be in prison because you're like a reptile, and I hate reptiles. I'm racist. So that was like
Boom song.
that was the whole point. Sonic did not like reptile Mobians, and that's why it took so long for Vector to show up on the island. They banned the reptiles. Uh, they have them like segregated or something like that, or maybe they're like supposed to be like a Latin American thing like fucking Zootopia 2 did or something. So
Oh
maybe
God.
that was like the whole thing where it's like uh, I don't know. I don't know. But whatever it is, Sonic was like, no, we can't have snakes. And you know what? I actually like the idea of Lyric. I like the idea because he's a new villain. He has his own unique robots. I like having a new faction in play. But of course, it has
Yeah.
to be used in a fucking... See, that's what I miss about the older Sonic games. And I know Doom doesn't count, but they always introduce new factions to face off against. So in fucking... I want to say in Sonic Adventure 2, you had Gun. In fucking Sonic 06, well, Shadow the Hedgehog, you had the Black Arms. In Sonic
Right.
06, you had Iblis and Mephilus's, guys, which they're not really
And the
aligned with.
demons.
Yeah, they're not really aligned with Eggman. And then in fucking Sonic Unleashed, you had the Dark Gaia guys. And then Sonic Boom, you have Lyrics guys, and then Frontiers, you have the ancient like guys. Um, I like that, right?
Yeah, because there's an effort. There's an effort to make the what's it called? To make the universe or the setting bigger than just it's always Eggman. It's always this bold fat guy trying to cause problems. You know, there's like an actual attempt to make things, you know, for lack of again, for lack of a better term, more impactful, more bigger. Like you've got all this going on. It's like, oh my god, Lyric is an ancient reptile creature. Oh, these ancient robots in what's it called? In um I'm trying to think of the right word here. These ancient robots in Frontiers, you got this, you got that. Oh my god, isn't this like really cool and exciting? You know, all that sort of shit. And nowadays it's like it's just constantly going back to Eggman. It's like, yeah, Eggman may be the catalyst for things like what's it called?
Dark Gaia.
Dark Gaia being released and all this shit. Like, you know, that's a given, obviously. But he's not the central focus of the game. He's not the be all end all big bad of Unleashed. He is just um he's the byproduct of it. He kicks off the plot. You know, he literally uses the power to break the planet in half, you know, all that sort of shit, right? But that's it. That's as far as Eggman's involvement in the plot really goes. Like you get him in a few like key scenes here and there, like things with invading an African village for crying out loud, being like, "Hello, I'm here."
I
That
remember
still
when I
cracks
made
me up.
fucking YouTube poops about that, and then it was very fucking offensive.
I think what's his name? Hero of Grace did an edit of that scene. Like when he played the Sonic Unleashed game, he did an edit of what's the word? Of the like it's the scene when the egg beaters, yeah, that's what they're called, wind up like holding the like you know holding the people hostage like when Eggman first arrives. And then as they're like raising their hands up to, you know, be like, "Oh, we're scary" and all that shit, Tear of Grace just edits in da dun 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 dun, and then just immediately asks, "Why are all the robots Hitler saluting?"
Oh god.
It was fucking brilliant, and I was like, "Oh no, it fits too well." Um, but that was basically, you know, that's what I mean. It's like these sorts of things, these sorts of game, like not even assets, but like the overall experiences of like the Sonic games used to be, you know, hey, we've got this going on, we're actually creating this, we've actually done this, you know, let's have fun, basically, right? And the biggest problem is that, you know, nowadays you don't really see that in a lot of Sonic games. It's usually just going back to Eggman. Oh, Eggman's at fault, and it's like, yeah, he's the recurring villain of the series, and that's, you know, a given. You know, I'm not gonna say Eggman isn't the antagonist, but he's been like Sonic has evolved from just being, oh wait, 90s cool. Eggman has also changed from, hey, I'm just a stereotypical villain to there's more to him than just, hey, here's my villainy, you know? Like again, as much as we may disagree or dislike Boom, I think I think Boom Eggman was he was fun. He was interesting. He actually had some presence, and it was interesting to see Mike Pollock cut back a little bit and be and not be so rigid as Eggman, and actually like doing, hey, I'm actually having fun with the role for a little bit. Again, the whole bit with the evil ham, for crying out loud, you know, completely improvised, but it works. I think that's where and I keep saying this, like there are different versions of Eggman out there, and it all depends on who's doing it. You have the Robotnik Eggman argument frequently, and that's really all it kind of boils down
He
to, I
was
should say.
beautiful in fucking Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. That's why I fucking used his voice in episode 5. It's just fucking amazing. It just fits Eggman's modern design so well for some reason. I just think it works well. It's just so fucking funny.
Yeah. Well, it's an odd like situation because when you think about Eggman, and you hear the voice and you hear like Dean Bristow, no, not Dean Bristow. I forget who did the voice of like Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, Eggman.
Long
But when you
John
hear that,
Baldry.
thank you, Long John. Like when you hear him saying things like this, it fits way too well. And again, that's where I think a lot of people get like the whole Eggman Robotnik like differences from, because it's like it's the voice actors who really make Eggman what's the word? Who make Eggman actually be the character. It's always going to be um you'll remember them more for their names than anything else. And that's really all it is at the end of the day. Again, we talk about Mike Pollock. Dean Bristow was the most, like, I think, menacing Eggman has ever been in a while, and all this sort of stuff. And again, we don't see that anymore. Most of the time, Mike Pollock just kind of brings his own razzle and dazzle to the character in an appropriate way, I guess would be the nice way to put it.
Yeah.
That's as far as it really goes with Pollock. And again, I think that's, like I said, I think it's respectable, if anything. Yeah. Again, it's just, like I keep saying, what comes with the territory, what makes these Eggmans what they are. And again, I'm glad to see that a lot of the modern day bullshit writing, a lot of the, Libtarticus crap, a lot of the shit doesn't stick with Sonic, and for good reason. Again, like we said, Sega
Other than
doesn't.
in the fan base, it's very rampant within the fan base, unfortunately.
True. That's an unfortunate gimme as well. Um, but it is rare, is the big thing, because again, most Sonic fans don't care. Most Sonic fans just want to see, Sonic being Sonic, having fun with his enemies, doing stupid shit in general, and not being some liberal mouth, literally liberal mouthpiece to something.
Yeah.
I think sorry, and I think that's also what drives a lot of these Tarkus individuals up a fucking wall, is that because they're like us, but they grew up with Sonic and everything, and then realizing that their politics, their ideology, all the shit is essentially stuff that Sonic would never accept. I think is what really upsets them, because it's they're essentially the thing he would oppose. And it's a little bit of a heartbreaking realization, but it is true at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's like, I think that, and I think, unfortunately, I think a lot of it has to do with the new, like, Sonic fan base. You see, I think a lot of the Sonic fan base right now are secondary fans, which means they don't actually play the games or actually buy or support the media. They kind of just talk about it on Twitter or watch it on YouTube or watch some YouTubers talk about it. So they aren't actually, like, fully invested, right? And that can be a problem, because these people aren't playing the game, so they aren't going to actually give any criticism to the games, because they haven't dealt with any problems with them. And I think a lot of these people because they don't actually play or like games, some of them are actually political activists that are just trying to use this franchise as a means to their ideology, right? And I've said this before. And I think most of them came from the fucking Snapcube fan dubs, because these people, like, their only fucking knowledge of Sonic is the fucking Snapcube memes or the fucking fan dub memes. Like, they always constantly spam the same jokes. Shadow likes Latinas, or Sonic, I pissed on the moon. And it's like, these first fucking happened in 2019, guys, and you guys are still spamming the same memes over and over again, and that's all you know of Sonic. You don't actually play the games. It's the same problem I have with Sonic.exe people. They aren't actually Sonic fans. And so, and a lot of those people that come from Snapcube, if you've actually looked into fucking Snapcube's fucking Twitter, you'd see, Snapcube was saying, oh, the Sonic movie is racist because Tom is a cop, or that Knuckles was mansplaining or something during Sonic Boom. That's the fucking person you have there, and it's like, yeah, I'm not so sure if I really, I know you can separate the art from the artist, but, it explains why so many of these new fans are the way they are, because they're coming from that, stuff. And the fucking, they admitted they're not actually Sonic fans. They were just fucking doing this fandom shit to make fun of the franchise. That was the whole purpose for it. So, now you have to deal with so many of these people who aren't actually fucking fans of Sonic, only here just to fucking make a mockery of it because, oh, it's the funny heckin' hedgehog, guys. And I guess that's my problem with it. I think that's part of the problem, is it's such a fucking joke now, and that shit just invited so many fucking retarded political activists into Sonic. So yeah,
Exactly. Basically, all they're doing, or all they've done is, what's the word I'm looking for here? All they've done and all they've kind of brought about them is the same sort of destruction and ruination. Again, I admit I do enjoy some of the Snapcube memes. I do find it a little bit funny with the whole pissing on the moon thing, yada yada yada. That's fine, I don't mind that as much as other people would. But I have to admit, yeah, the joke is done. It's been years since that was funny. And even then, I'll probably reference it once in a while when I'm oh, it's if I'm having one of my moments of extreme over dramatic anger or something like that. It's oh, one day I'll show you all. I will find a way to pee on the moon. Something stupid like that.
Yeah.
But that's it. In a lot of ways, I see it almost like the whole Gru tonight we steal the moon kind of joke. And that's it.
Well, yeah, it's fucking Despicable Me.
Yes.
Oh, that was a
It's
good
still
film.
funny, though. I'll admit that. And then, what's it called? Fucking Universal got into it. It's oh my god, the Minions are the things that will make us money. And they've gone out of their way to do everything. Again, I live here in Florida, right? I've gone to Universal, and to witness the Minions taking over everything has been nothing short of a nightmare, because it's obnoxious. There was this ride, again, that I used to go on a lot. Well, there were two. When you first enter Universal, you've got two rides that you can go to. One ride is the what's the word? Is the Jimmy Neutron's Rocket Adventure? I think that's what it was called, and it was this 3D slash, ride that you can go on, and it basically had you traveling through old and some Nickelodeon what's it called, locations and things like that, worlds and stuff like that. One of them was SpongeBob going through the Rugrats, basically flying through the Universal Studios. Or sorry, the not even the Universal Studios. My apologies. The Nickelodeon Nickelodeon in studio like production centers and basically like just traveling around and having fun and whatever. And that was like the premise of the ride basically. And then across from it, you had Shrek 4D, which was a like pseudo sequel, like an almost like partial sequel to the Shrek film. Basically explain like what happened right after. And of course this was before the whole second film. It was like, when it was unclear that this would be another film, yada yada yada, basically. And it was a fun ride. I enjoyed it. There was like some funny little moments and so on and so forth. Like again, these were like the first rides you would get on and kind of like give you a taste of like what to expect for the theme park. And nowadays, when you go into Universal, those are gone. Now instead you have two rides dedicated to the same franchise, which is the Minions ride, which basically guts the entirety of the Jimmy Neutron ride. It basically removes the projector is changed, so you're like riding through Bru's laboratory and all that shit, yada yada yada. And the what's it called? And the oh good god, and the over to the other side, you have Villain Con, which is basically it's a Minions specific ride, still based in the Despicable Me universe. And so, it's again, that's what kind of like made me feel so sad about it. It's because it's a ride dedicated, or two rides dedicated to the same setting in the same universe, with nothing else going on. That's honestly what kind of like has broken my heart, for lack of a better term, because you just see all this and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
But, and again, it hurts me more than anything because, again, that's like another part of my childhood that's just gone. Like, it's disappeared. And, like, again, I know about the Minion ride only because when my father came to visit and brought my autistics brother in to have fun, he wanted us to ride the Minions ride and get involved in it and all that shit. And what's the word? Sorry, hold on, me. Sorry. Some prior experiences once you. Okay, sorry, I'm just reading some.
It's okay.
It's weird. Strange. Anyway, so of course the big thing is simply just what's the word? It's just simply that, basically, at the end of the day. And again, I only got involved in the ride because what's it called? Sorry, hold on. Interesting. Got into that because my father, because my youngest sibling really likes Despicable Me and really enjoyed it, and my father's like, "Oh, we need to go on that ride. He loves it." And again, getting onto those seats again, going through it, and having the flashbacks of like what it used to be, really, really fucked with me. Because again, it's like riding on the corpse of a friend. You're just kind of like, oh,
Yeah, seems like it was a sad experience, unfortunately.
Yeah, of course he didn't. He didn't. What's the word? Not to say that he didn't care, as like. Oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. Like in a derogatory way. It's more like he didn't care because he wanted us to have fun. And again, it's with my father. It's always been kind of like a similar situation with him, where it's just kind of like, what's the word? He's very much like he wants us to all have fun. He wants to like have us go through like events we've never. Sorry, not experienced. Experience is the poor word. Like events we haven't been able to have as a family, basically. And so, whenever
whenever that's happened, or whenever he's had like an opportunity to like have us all be a part of something, bigger, he's always been very interested in it, for lack of a better term. And again, there's nothing wrong about that. Like obviously he has a lot of like feelings on the matter and a lot of like, oh, I wish, I wish we went through something together as a family and yada yada yada. But that's just what's the word? The nature of things and what wound up happening. But like I said, neither here nor there. So I'm trying to do a fucking puzzle here in this game. It is so fucking weird. But yeah, no, that's kind of like the general kind of what's the word? The nature of it all, really. At the end of the day.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, it's what's the word? Hold on. Hold on, sorry, I'm just trying to read something here. Like the other paradigm hunches, the player must symbols drawn to the ones on the wall. This adjacent to the solution. I think. Oh god. Sorry, I'm just part of the complication is like, geez, how do you solve this? Okay, so I have to push that. And then need to heal. No, I think I reset everything. This is so effing weird. But yeah, that like I said, it's just the nature of things and what happens in life in general. And again, he's what's the word? He's had his moments, here and there, and that's really I don't even want to say like that in like a dismissive sort of way or anything like that. It's just what's the word? It's just a lot of things that kind of became complicated with time, basically. That's really all I can say on that. Respectfully, I should say. I think this should be the last of it. No, there's another thing I have to open. Oh, good God. Oh, God, I'm an idiot. Took me a second to realize, like, oh yeah, I need to pop that off, basically. Okay, so I need to put this in another hue. Oh. There we go. I think that did it. Wait. Unless I can... Oh, I can actually pop them off. Let's see. So I need to put this one here, I think. Yeah, I think that's the solution.
Oh shit.
Hmm.
I am just trying to... I've been working on this thing and essentially The Lich thing is I'm making a remake of like Roblox Zeppelin Battle, but in Halo, and I decided instead of like using the Lich, I'm just going to because the Zeppelin battle, like Zeppelin Wars is open source, right? So I used a Zeppelin model.
Right.
And right now I'm just trying to use it to trace, like, I'm using the Truth and Reconciliation Covenant ship and tracing parts and bits of it to the actual Zeppelin. And I'm just trying to figure out how to make it work. Because it's going to look more like a mini cruiser instead of a Lich, but I guess that might be for the better. Because the Lich doesn't have the same... It doesn't have the same, like, body shape I need for this to work. Because there needs to be a hangar bay for the Banshees and a airstrip for the Vampire. And then at the side you need all these cannons, because Zeppelin battle is kind of like pirate battles in the air. And you have, like...
Okay.
You pretty much have, like, the pirate battles happen in air, and you can decide to go as a pilot, but now the game's, like, filled with a bunch of tryhards and unbalanced teams, and it's just not fun to play, so I thought maybe making it into a Halo setting might
Improve
alleviate...
upon it.
Well, yeah, because even though because the thing about the main appeal of the game to me is the amount of destruction you can do to the Zeppelin. Like, you can shoot off the turbines to screw its speed up and make it a sitting duck. You can torpedo the tanks inside of it. You can, like, burn the bottom of the Zeppelin so the floor is completely gone and they can't spawn in any more planes. I like that type of sabotage you can, like, do, right? But the problem with that... and also you can burn the Zeppelin, and you need, like, to use fire to do that, so I have to find a way to put that into Halo, and I only have 16 different regions to work with when it comes to doing that, so only 16 parts of the ship can actually be damaged and have, like, different states. And obviously I can't have the ship burned down like it should, because, you know, it doesn't have the same way Roblox does, but other than that, it should be a little more... Because, you know, flying a Banshee is a little more fun. It's just like translating everything to a Halo design. And it's not going to be... It's going to be Storm versus Banish, so there will be no Spartans. You play as Brutes and Elites. So that'll be, like, very unique, because... And there'll be proper customization for all of them, because I can set it up so it translates to whatever you set your Spartan armor to. It'll translate to whatever, like, the Elite or... You know, so I gotta set that all up, and essentially you can pick your armors, so you can have Banished or Covenant armor on, and yeah, and I think this would be a cool, like, game mode, because, you know, it's like two ships fighting each other.
Okay. I gotcha. So just in general, kind of like a same concept, just again retranslated into something a bit more what's it called? Something a bit more oh god, just rebuilt in same concept, better design.
Yeah, because I feel like it would work better in Halo, because there'll be a little more... Because in Roblox, there's so much jank to the combat in games a lot of the times, where it's like... It's more like you have to master a broken system, but with Halo, it's like... You know, if you fuck up, it's on you. You gotta actually aim your weapon, you gotta do shit. You don't have to understand any level of jank, unless it's Halo 2 with its button combos. But, you know...
Right. Just a general kind of like, hey, this is what is expected, this is what you need to do, yada yada yada, basically. But not like in a bullshit manner.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just reviewing this puzzle. I've buckled down. I need to like get assistance. Okay, hold on. So I need to.
Nope, that won't do it. Okay, so it basically is asking for like a code or symbol. Oh boy. Oh dear. It's showing that that's correct, unless. Yeah, okay, so that's correct. So I need that there. Good. Hmm. So, no, let's change nothing. Can I inject this thing? The hell? Oh, I'm not saying too much. It's this puzzle is kicking my ass.
No, it's okay.
Something weird.
Kind of like I think it's like it's good to like concentrate, you know.
Yeah. Also, I'm praying I didn't fuck this puzzle up by just dropping something just now. Oh dear, oh dear. Unless it like respawned there. Oh no, it dropped something. That should. Hopefully, this is the part I'm missing. Oh shit. It's a bad throw. Oh, whoop. That's why. There's already a thing in there. Okay, so now that one's the incorrect one, so I need to put this there. And throw that in there. Okay, now I need to put this one, I think, in... No, leave that alone. Here, maybe? No, that's not changed that. What about in here? No, that's still giving me that weird symbol crap. That's fine. No, I can't even remove this one. Oh dear. I know the solution to this has been rather peculiar. That one's fine. What about here? Nope. No, that just creates more problems. Oh dear. Let's throw this in there. Oh, wait, no. That was right. Yes. Alright, so then... Okay. So that... I need that symbol. So these two are fine. I need... with an odd shape. Maybe this one. Here. Yeah, no, it doesn't shoot me. So, what about in here? So now I need a circle. Where do I throw it? Well, that's all fine. I need a full circle. Hmm. Just right there. Let me see. There's something again. So that's disappeared. This was nearly. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ah, think of something. I'm overthinking something here. So this has to have that symbol in it. That symbol has to stay there. But where the hell is the last sigil? I'm just gonna stop with this puzzle. I've wasted too much time. I need to get moving. But yeah. Sorry about all that. Just super focused on that.
Oh, it's okay. I understand. It's a hard puzzle.
Yeah. No, I think I just broke it because one of the pieces wound up falling. It's like, ah, great. So I can't solve it now because it's missing a part. But there's always next time. Anyway, yeah, getting back to movie sharing before. The whole thing, really, at the end of the day, is, again, because you see these sorts of games, not even games, sorry, these projects, these sort of like ideas that, and honestly, I think, and maybe I'm just being too nice when it comes to like the people we despise and the enemies we've dealt with and all these things, right? Maybe I'm being too nice. Maybe, just maybe, there's something to it. But at the end of the day as well, it's like they create things that are destined to fail, that are destined to lose. There's no, what's the word? Good nature to it at all. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's just that they've created propaganda for like a very, very limited amount of people who actually give a shit about it. They've created things that nobody wants to play. They keep making these like, we call them slop tube and everything like that, but it is very accurate to what they make. Is that nobody wants to play these games. Nobody wants to go through the effort of like being lectured. We've got games like fucking like perfect example of these would be, I would say, what's it called? Code Violet. That whole thing was like, oh, we don't want to make a game that what's
For
it called?
gooners.
Yeah, and then it's like, no, your game is nothing but gooner bait. You didn't want the quote unquote gooners because what's it called? Because you knew they would just mod the game however the hell they wanted, and then you wouldn't have the people to pay for your overpriced skins. That's all it was. And it's again, it's that fake moral outrage that they claim. This like, oh my god, sexisms and my this and my that. And it's like, no, it was nothing of the sort. It's just literally that they knew the niche audience they wanted to attract. They knew that they had to do something stupid. And, lo and behold, here we are, where they wind up creating something that not only doesn't appeal to anyone, but is just, five kinds of boring, five kinds of stupid. It's just a slot game that just didn't go anywhere. They preyed on the people who wanted another Dino Crisis. Didn't bother making a game that would be even worth a damn. And then they're surprised when the audience decides to turn against them. And well, here we are. The game is doing incredibly poorly. Nobody's really talking about it anymore. Um, Code Violet, like we can't check the numbers on at all because it's on the PlayStation and Sony keeps those numbers guarded because they know, like again, they know that if people knew the actual numbers, their crap games would also wind up going by the wayside. But the truth is that we don't need the Sony numbers to really get an idea as to what's happening. Nobody's talking about Code Violet. Nobody's like saying like, "Oh my God, this is great." It wasn't even a flash in the pan. Its drama went nowhere. Nobody gave a shit about it. The only person of any relevancy who spoke about it, or people who spoke about it, I should say, is Asmongold, who talked about the game in passing because he was addressing the drama associated with it, and fucking DSP, and that's it. Like,
Oh, that's so
what a
fucking
glowing
funny.
endorsement!
Only
Yeah,
DSP.
what a fucking glowing endorsement. DSP, and half of his playthrough was like, "Oh my god, she's so overly sexualized. I'm married, guys." Like, no, you're not, Phil. You're living with
I'm
you
married,
might as well be living with
guys.
a roommate at this point.
Like,
You don't understand. I used to do those crude jokes. It's like, yeah, and then you got pussy whipped,
you got pussy whipped by
like
the
violently,
ugliest bitch in the world.
by Fat Cat. Oh, it's such a shame that that's her nickname now, Fat Cat. Actually, funnily enough, I mentioned Kiet the way that I said it. Like in a lot of ways, the situation with DSP kind of mirror and Cat is kind of like what happened to Eric Cartman and his girlfriend that he had. What's her face? I can't even remember. I just know her as like Eric Cartman's girlfriend. Um, but their relationship is like very similar to what happened there, where basically Cartman's like negative nature just rubbed off on the girl, and she just became basically a cloned version of Eric, like down to the fucking T, basically. And she was as bad as him. He was as like evil and awful as him. She was like basically she picked up on like every mannerism of like fucking Eric that she possibly could. And during the whole thing, she has this like coming to Jesus moment where she just realizes like, oh my god, I used to be so much nicer and everything. And then it dawns on her that like she's just become Eric. In a lot of ways, Phil's nature rubbed off on Catherine super badly because now she is like Phil. She's insular. She has to live in a crap environment. She can't even go outside anymore without people knowing like, hey, it's Fat Cat. All that shit basically.
And she,
And
may
it
I also add,
Mhm.
before she was mimicking
Yeah.
all his mannerisms like Pandali was as well.
Because again, Phil corrodes people and brings out the worst in them. He turns people into like lesser versions of himself, which is, by the way, saying something because we're talking about a lesser human being to begin with. But that's what he does. He brings out the worst in everyone. He makes people hateful. He turns people into like another version of him. And then he tries to make these claims like I make positive content, guys. In reality, it's like no, you don't.
Passive.
Positive. That fucking Southern Belle accent of his just pisses me the fuck off. Nothing, something fierce. Is that constant like come on, like literally like again. I'm like again 50% convinced he's had a stroke, and that explains like his weird vocal tics, the fact that like half of his face is like drooping all the time. I know the fat one and Worski have mentioned it like multiple times and shit like that, but it bears repeating. He is not destined for this world. Again, he's had a stroke, and I believe he's had a stroke. I should like throw that out there. And the way he always like defend like tries to like say no I haven't like whenever like how do I put it Phil is like an odd creature of habit, and something I've noticed over time is that when Phil like the way you tell that something bothers or affects Phil is dependent on how Phil acts, and it's usually very telling because a lot of times he tries to keep everything he's feeling inside as much as humanly possible. He doesn't let the world know about anything. He's very much like what is sacred to us is not sacred to him, basically. And yet, when something he cares about is mentioned, and it could be something as stupid as money or whatever, you see the shift in him. You see the change, and how like a good way to put it is like the more venomous Phil becomes towards something, or like if you're critical of something, the more it's obvious this is something that's either he feels personally strongly about, even if it is something stupid and retarded, or it's something that he has to deal with regularly, like the post nasal drip bullshit, the constant like if someone brings up the whole please stop snoring into the microphone shit, he constantly brings up like I have post nasal drip, nothing I can do, talk to God about that, like some like super passive shit, and you can tell like this was something that he was like endlessly bullied for as like a kid as well because it's like the same it's very childish sort of like reactions he gives, and it's the same with like everything else out there, the fact that he's just constantly like he's again defensive about everything. He always throws out these like very pathetic like reactions and very pathetic sort of things, and I bring this all up because people have mentioned like, "Are you okay? Have you had a stroke? What's going on, Phil?" Blah 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 blah. Right? And he always, without fail, lashes out at people whenever they mention the stroke. Whenever they say like, "Hey, did you suffer a stroke?" Like, and a lot of times you can make that argument. It's like, "Oh, they're mocking him for the way he looks. Oh, it's like a joke. It's a meme. Whatever." But there may be people who legitimately feel like Phil may have suffered something, and they're asking because they don't want to like quote unquote disrespect him or like treat him poorly or whatever the case may be, right? And that's why they do it. But again, he becomes super defensive about this. He becomes vehemently angry, vehemently aggressive. He's always like on the back foot whenever you mention the stroke. And again, I believe he did suffer a stroke. I believe he did go through something, and he's been trying, obviously, and very, retardedly, goutedly, pathetically, wrongly, whatever you want to use, word, to hide that fact. I think he's been trying desperately to cover up. Like again, Phil always tries to cover up any blemishes to his reputation and career. He's always tried very hard to make the world think that he's some Adonis of the modern world, like he's some sort of like thing we should idolize, without realizing it's like, no, Phil, you're not. You are a boob, you are a fool, you are pathetic, you are again, you're an internet loser that quote unquote got popular and got big because nobody else was doing what you were doing. And that's not a good thing, by the way. That's not me saying like, oh, he was a pioneer, he was an explorer, he was something. It's like, no, Phil was doing stupid shit that nobody else in the right mind would do because it's career suicide. You know, saying the whole Isaac Himmler shit, um, pissing off the fans, openly begging for donations every other times, begging his fans to click on the ads when he was like, he had his what was it called? Um, um, Scent partnership, whatever you want to call it, on Google Ads account, all that shit. And that's his life, that's his career. It's just constantly, again, he claims all this shit, but it's like, no, Phil, nothing about you. Nobody envies what you have. Dale, fucking Black DSP, doesn't want to be you. If anything, he felts you every other week. Nobody cares about being some man in his late, like, entering his 50s, basically. Going through life, getting handheld every 5 minutes. Nobody wants to live like that, like, for lack of a better term, no one wants to live as a disabled, mentally handicapped man who has to rely on an audience of fucking strangers to give him life advice that his own fucking parents should have given him from the word go, you know?
Yeah.
Again, it's sad. Like, his streams are fucking therapy sessions without the professional. His audience is literally the only human interaction he gets, and he's desperately trying to prove to the world he's some success, some big shot, some anything. And it's like, no, Phil, you're nothing. Again, you're a loser. You're somebody who had a golden opportunity bestowed upon them to do something that nobody else had as a career, to be a PewDiePie, to be an Asmongold, to
I mean, he
be
he could have
a
he could have went to the Hogan Island too, and he fucking dipped out on that.
yeah, the Hogan Bar and everything. Like, there was so many
That
opportunities, and
that would
Phil,
have been so
go ahead.
fucking. That would have been so fucking funny. Like, you can imagine fucking Ashton and fucking Andy being like saying, "Oh, this guy jerks off to you, Hogan," and see how Hogan fucking reacts. And now we don't have that opportunity because Phil is
Yeah, because
like,
Hogan is dead.
yeah, exactly. And even then, Phil would never fucking do it because he never wants to have any fucking fun. He just wants to be like, oh no, I won't do
This
this,
is
I
what
won't do
happens when you
anything.
yeah, this is what happens when you let you live in fear and this constant, like, oh my god, mud detractors
The
will do this. This
detractors
is
are
what
going to
happens.
rape me.
Yeah, they'll find me in the street and butt fuck me. It's like, no, Phil, no, but nobody. First of all, nobody wants that gouty ass, so stop it. We don't care. Second, again, stop talking about your weird rape fantasy, DSP. Nobody wants you. Literally, nobody wants you. Secondly, again, and it bears repeating. This is what happens about it because, again, Phil constantly wants to keep this image of, like, I'm a successful businessman. I did this, I did that. Oh my God, you should all listen to me. You should do what I say. Blah 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 blah. And again, like the dented zone pointed out, like, again, fucking fantastic. Both that is fantastic movie, and the other one, which was the Christmas special, which, my God, fucking, it was fucking amazing. Is that Phil constantly has to prove he's some success, he's something like that, and again, at the end of the day, nobody cares. Nobody cares about what fake success you have, Phil. People aren't gonna follow you to fucking Costco to to ambush you. Nobody cares that you buy the cheap shit or the expensive shit. But again, he has to keep that illusion up. He's like, oh, if my detractors see me here in Costco buying the cheap fucking toilet paper, they're gonna think I'm a fucking loser, and they're gonna make videos about it. So I'm going to waste more money and buy the expensive brand because that way, if my detractors see me here, they won't think I'm actually a loser. And then I can laugh at their face when they inevitably post their video showing I'm a success because I bought the expensive toilet paper. It's genius, dude. It's not.
if anything, again, he's putting himself in a bigger financial strain than he has to.
Yeah, he's just fucking. I don't know. He's just fucking reeks of insecurity.
Insecurity and like the dawning realization that the illusion of success is breaking every day. I mean that whole shit with like him reacting to Dale's content, or sorry, Black DSP's content, and then getting ass reamed by his entire audience of dents, like both on like the kick chat and everything else, and literally having a whale say, "I'm not going to support this because I don't support bullying," and you cry broke every time, like all that shit basically. And then he comes around and then claims like, "Oh, that was an experiment, dude, because that proved to me that I can make the detractors do whatever the hell I want to do. So I'm actually in control. You all have to work for me because I'm your boss," and blah blah. It's like the Cyrax bullshit like tactic of I'm your god. You make content at me. That means I'm your content. That means I can take it away from you. It's like, no, Phil, that's not what that means. It just means it just means that you got ass blasted by your fan base. Everyone knows you're an insecure bitch, and we all know even more so now that you're wholly dependent on the goodwill of others, more so than ever before. And you know this shit. But again, he won't admit that. He won't acknowledge the fact that he wanted to do drama content. He wanted to prove that he could do stuff that the Kino Casino can't do, and it failed spectacularly. Again, trying to fucking own the fat one and like, oh, you see the Ashton, I can do this without you. I can do this without Worski. I'm successful. I'm the content. People come to see me. That's what that was.
And it failed
and
because, like,
Mhm.
like it just. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to. I'm having trouble thinking, saying the right things.
You're good. You're fine. Yeah, it failed because, well, again, for lack of a better term, because Phil's entire like he is someone who wants to be able to like hold himself high and say like, look at me, I'm better than Black DSP, I'm better than Jordy, I'm better than like all these people. Look at me, look at me. That's what he wants. Like he can cry broke ass about, oh my god, they're bullying me, oh my god, they're making fun of me, oh my god, my detractors have nothing. Like he can talk all the mad shit he wants. You know, he can he can say all this shit and pray to, and be like, oh my god, pity me because my detractors bully me and harass me and rob me of like business opportunities and all this shit. But the truth is, he wants to be just like the detractors. He wants to be able to like shit on people he legitimately hates, like Black DSP, like fucking Jordy, like all these people. That's what he wants, and he can't because he's not a fucking troll. He's not someone entertaining. He's not an Andy Worski. He's not a PPP. He's none of these like entities. He is, at the end of the day, and I'll keep saying it till the day I die, Phil is a lolcow. Phil is a failure. Phil is a joke. He is something you milk for content and then mock him because he's such a loser. Meanwhile, you walk to the bank with your thousands of dollars you've either earned from working or making fun of him, and then go about your day. Phil will inevitably just never understand that. That is his fate, his legacy, if you will, to be a lolcow, to be a loser, to be someone who is mocked and relentlessly ridiculed and treated like a fucking joke by everyone on the internet to the day he fucking died. And that's it. Again, if he was a Greek tragedy, and I'm saying this like in all honesty, if he was a Greek tragedy in any sense of the word, then it would be like a story about the dangers of desiring greed, of or wealth and success, of what happens to a man as he becomes corrupted by insatiability,
when he becomes consumed by the all-powerful coin. That's what his Greek tragedy would be. And it would inevitably end, like all Greek tragedies would end, with him either having sexual relations with his own mother or shooting or getting himself killed.
Oh shit.
Wow.
Corey, are you okay? You sound weird. You sound weird.
You sound high as hell.
Don't tell me you're like Ratturd, where you start getting fucking high and then you start fucking asking me about fucking Vizzy
No.
Pod.
I just woke up. I just
See-
woke up recently.
Oh. See,
Oh.
this is what I told my mom when she was asking me, oh, do you want beer? I straight up told her I would start talking about Star's big smelly butt if I got drunk, so no, I don't want to do that.
Oh, there's an old expression. It goes, "A drunk man is a sober man's word." This is also why I'm kind of terrified to get put under like the fucking needle, like like getting super anesthetized and then like waking up post surgery. It's like the shit I would say, the people I would get in trouble. It's like no, thank you. I'm not telling you where the bodies are hidden, and you can't fucking make me, doctor.
Yeah.
You want to know what would be a better title idea than Campaign Evolved?
Hmm.
It should have been called Combat Revolved.
What are you re-evolving? That's the big question.
Halo Combat Evolved.
No, that's the question. It's like, what are you re-evolving? The Combat Evolve is supposed to be like, oh, it's an evolution on combat. So what are you re-evolving? That combat's how is it being re-evolved? That's the question.
Bungie never
Enhanced
wanted to call it Combat Evolved. They always call it Halo 1 in their fucking interviews, which I think says a lot. I mean, I like the
because
name Combat Evolved, but I think it's telling they always say Halo 1 instead of Combat Evolved.
Or CE.
Yeah, and well, there's a reason for that. So in video games in general, whenever you have to, so this is an old trick. Whenever developers do a subtitle to their game, it's usually because they're not confident about the game they're making, or they don't believe that the game will be successful. So a lot of times, what games will do is um, they'll do a subtitle to a game, especially if it's like for a numerical sequel. So, for example, you have Silent Hill. You have the Silent Hill games that have no like sequel to it, and then the last one is like called The Room, and this is because Team Silent wasn't sure that people would like it, so they call it The Room as like, oh, we're just going to distance ourselves in case it's an absolute ass cancer game. But then it wound up being successful and like part of the trilogy, so that's why Team Silent it's called Silent Hill 4, but it also has the title of The Room, but it's more like a colloquialism, if anything else. The thing is that after that you have things like Origins, Homecoming, Downfall, Downfall, Downpour, and all the shit, and that's because Team Silent wasn't at this point nobody was convinced or sure that these games were going to be successful, and that's strictly because of people like Tom Hewlett basically creating these games to just remake Silent Hill 2, his fucking baby all the time. So that's why you have things like Silent Hill, again, Homecoming, Silent Hill, what's the other one? Silent Hill, Homecoming, Silent Hill. Oh, bear with me. I said Origins, right?
I think so.
Or so Origins, A Shadowed Memory, Book of Lost Memories, all the shit. Because again, he wasn't convinced that these games would be successful or live up to the Silent Hill moniker, so he just kept adding these subtitles, and even Konami was like, "Yeah, we're not going to take the risk." That's kind of where that whole thing comes from. Which is again kind of sad, but it is true.
Yep.
I know it was like a Microsoft decision to make the name Combat Evolved because they're like, oh, Halo doesn't sound cool enough. So.
Yeah. So in this case, it's not like that isn't the case. It's just Microsoft being Microsoft. They're like, oh, but what if we call it Combat Evolved and not Halo because Halo sounds religious? I'm like, isn't that kind of the point of Halo to criticize a little bit of religion?
Oh man,
Also, isn't the ring?
It's not even a criticism of religion. It's just directly like based off the Bible. Like Master Chief is pretty much a Messiah figure similar to Jesus. While the Covenant are supposed to be like Islamists. The Flood are supposed to be like the Flood. They're satanic. They're evil.
Yeah.
So. Like.
It's just allegorical, basically.
Yeah.
Again, oh no, how dare we make a game like this? You have to call it Combat Evolved. Bungie, but what if we don't want to? Shut the fuck up, you want money! Like just Mr. Microsoft just being super aggressive.
Oh god.
Imagine Halo 4, but besides Halo 4, we call it Halo Combat Evolved 2.
Oh, that'd be absolute ass cancer.
Damn.
So I'm just picturing
That's what
that
I wanted to call my version of Halo 4.
Halo 2, no, Combat Evolved 2. It's like no, I don't think I will.
The combat would be off the charts, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but again, with Halo, it was like, how do I put it? Halo was very much a game that revolutionized a lot of things. And again, keep in mind, FPS games were not that like super crazy or super popular, but people still wanted to play them and get through them and enjoy what they had to offer, basically. Nowadays, most FPS games are just boring, repetitive bog fests that nobody cares about. Like, does anyone care about the latest Call of Duties? Does anyone care about this? Does anyone care about that?
I heard the
You know,
latest one
literally-
actually failed for once, so
Yeah, exactly. 'Cause
Yeah,
that
we had Black Ops 6 and we have Black Ops 7. Yes, 6, 7, yeah. Sucks.
well, that's the point. It's like nobody clamors for these games anymore, and it's simply because there's nothing more to them. Who wants to go through the same boring, repetitive shit in Call of Duty? Who wants to play the same boring, repetitive shit in these games?
And what makes Black Ops 7 so bad? It's a sequel to one of the greatest ones ever made, Black Ops 2.
Yeah, and then
well,
look how badly they
honestly, it's not canon because it contradicts Black Ops 2 as it is. Black Ops 6 also does this, so honestly, let's just not say they're canon because they're not. If they're going to go out of their way to contradict the previous game, it does not deserve to be called canon. And that, in my humble opinion, that's how I feel. So.
Call of Duty should have stayed as a multiverse in general.
Point and shooty Call of Duty. That's how I view it.
Well, yeah, because
And
they were
that's the
like,
best
oh,
that's
let's
cool.
connect everything. And it's like, no,
Mhm.
no, let's not connect everything. Because then you have, like, the problem with, like, Modern Warfare fucking 2019 being so close to Black Ops, like, fucking 2, where it's like, you have this giant-ass time, like, jump of technology. Like, how do you explain having foldable fucking tablets in the year 2025? You go from fucking 2019's more, like, modern fucking... it was always bound for problems. And they were only doing this because of the whole multiverse craze, which is still fucking happening, by the way. It's like every fucking AAA game does this shit.
Yes,
I mean,
again,
the multiverse thing in COD Zombies was pretty awesome, but Black Ops 4 Zombies being responsible for this shit is pretty crazy.
COD Zombies
well, the
is
funny thing
fucking...
that I love about what's it called?
But
Oh no,
It
what I
was
was gonna
awesome at one point.
what I find hilarious is that again, to use the whole Deadpool and Wolverine movie for an example, is like the joke Deadpool says, like, everyone's sick of the multiverse, it's been done to death. The Wizard of Oz did it right. We have to accept that. It's like, yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Wizard of Oz said it
Yeah, yeah, we kind of. I'm in agreement with the half burnt chicken nugget mercenary over here.
right. But
But
yeah, COD Zombies is pretty awesome. Yeah, War to Black Ops 3. Yeah, that's where I basically stopped with COD Zombies.
Call of Duty has just been following the trend at every possible. Like, it used to be a trendsetter, now it's just following the trends, and that's it. Like, there's nothing to, what's the word? There's nothing else to it really at the end of the day. It's just repeating the same cycle. It's repeating the same higher repetitive things that nobody really wanted at the end of the day. And I mean that in the most like straightforward way humanly possible. Nobody wants these games. That's the sad truth. Nobody wants to play the same tired Call of Duty, Call of Duty 6, or like Call of Duty 8, Reznov has to sneeze. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit about these games anymore.
Yeah, it's crazy they made it using AI to write Black Ops 7 story,
That poor AI.
and especially making us fight a kaiju-sized Michael Rooker.
Again, like I said before, the poor AI.
And Woods turning into a plant flesh monster that would be in a Resident Evil type game.
Well, you know what's hilarious? Resident Evil has managed to like jump the shark literally in one instance, jump the shark so many times, and yet somehow, some way, it still is relevant and people still enjoy it. And I think it's because it never gave up its horror roots, or when it does do into action, it still has fun with what it's creating. And I think that's the biggest like disgrace of this whole thing is that fucking Call of Duty of all fucking things. This fucking like Resident Evil, this fucking game franchise succeeds, and that's another thing as well. Capcom has made it abundantly clear that they want to keep Call of Duty as, what's the word, as accurate, like not Call of Duty, Resident Evil, as connected to our real world timeline as humanly possible. Simply because it just makes sense. Every Resident Evil game comes out or takes place the year it comes out in, or a little before, a little after. So the timeline is almost consistently, consistent. Technology adapts and changes in real time with us. And even when Resident Evil dips into like the fantasy sci-fi aspects of things, it's technology that could plausibly make sense in our world. Again, we have railguns, we have um, crazy ass fucking high tech things. We have all this shit basically. And again, that's how it does it. It's like, hey, let's not go too crazy with what we're doing and actually like create something that people want to enjoy.
Yep. Absolutely.
Again, it's such a fucking novel concept, and I wish they would understand that, but most game companies do not because most game companies are retarded.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Call of Duty Ghost 2, but I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that would be ruined as well.
Call of Duty Ghost 2. Again, Reznov has to sneeze. That's the subtitle.
I played the whole Call of Duty Ghost campaign not too long ago. It was phenomenal.
What was it? It was what?
It was phenomenal.
Okay.
It's another word for very good.
I know what it is. I just didn't catch what you said. Your audio cut out.
Yeah, my accent makes certain words sound odd.
No. Your audio, as in your actual mic, cut out. I didn't catch what you said.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, Call of Duty Ghosts, I think, had one of the best villains ever written.
Oh, up there, but again, I haven't been big in COD in several decades, and that's simply because, again, I'm an old man, and I just don't care about this shit anymore. It's like this is all well past my time. I've long since accepted the fact that video games are being created for like a younger, more quote unquote hip and down with the millennial time period. You know, I've accepted that many, many times. I've accepted that. It's just weird to see this happen. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I too have my own very own sequel to COD Ghosts on my list of things to write.
Oh, yes, the next Call of Duty where we fight Mecha Hitler and Robot Stalin. That still makes me laugh. The oh god, just the stupid titles and shit like that. It's like at this point, Call of Duty might as well just say fuck it, alternate like more alternate history, stupid shit, go. You know.
I mean, the problem
That's
is
what
every time they
Vanguard
do
was
World
trying to
War
do,
Two,
but oh god.
every time they do World War Two stuff, it's more to rewrite history instead of like.
Oh yeah, Call of Duty Vanguard. Oh god, that game was bad. Especially how the Germans were dressed up. They were literally wearing uniforms and environments that would be ridiculous to wear, I'll say. Yeah, that game was downright bad.
Mhm.
I mean, I've never played World at War in that game. Now, World at War wasn't fully accurate, but that game did not disappoint.
Mhm.
Speaking of which, I tried to make a Halo story to have that World at War type theme, but yeah, I had to throw that one away. And speaking of COD Ghost 2, if I wrote it, it's
Mhm.
basically Call of Duty meets Fear. Yeah.
Are
That'd be
you
my
going to be
approach.
fighting xenomorphs?
It's Fear. Sorry, the Fear franchise is like long since like uh faded for quite a while, and I mean that in like um the most general aspect out there, I should say. Like Fear.
Thanks to Warner Brothers and Monolith Productions and Day One Studios.
Well, it was I would say it was more like it was more of a failing of Warner Brothers specifically because Warner Brothers wanted to um they wanted to create a what's the word I'm looking for here? They wanted to create another like what's the word? High octane kind of like game. Like again, they wanted something that they could market. Um we can expand this, we can make this into this, we can make it into that, like that's what they wanted and that's what they thought Fear would be, an IP that they could then build upon and be like, oh my god, we've created something unique, something new, like a horror franchise that we control. It's super popular, and they just kept like going further and further. They didn't focus anything. They just wound up doing just stupid shit because again, when you take it away from Monolith, Fear had nothing else to it. That's why Trepang exists. The true Fear 2. Excuse me.
And I know, yeah, Monolith Productions didn't like what Vivendi did with those expansions, which I have on my Steam laptop. Like
Well,
I bought the first game and it came with the two expansions.
yeah, well, the thing is that for me, I didn't think the expansions were too bad of an idea. Again, it's just very clearly that Vivendi had some ideas they wanted to do with monoliths, or sorry, with Fears.
Yeah,
And what we got in terms of like Fear 2, Fear 3, Fear, like all this shit, I think the Vivendi timeline of events may have been more preferable because then we wouldn't have gotten
uh, what is it? Actual rape in the second game, and all this crazy bullshit about Paxton Fettel wanting to eat Alma.
Oh yeah, Alma wanted the the protagonist of Fear 2. Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, everyone was up in arms about that, and it's like, yeah, no shit. But
Yeah,
and
I'm about to get violated
your brain
by
is
a
having a cool boss fight. Your body is currently being used to create a child. God, what a poorly thought out execute. Again, whoever thought that was a good idea deserves to be shot in the nads, specifically in the nads.
Yeah, I don't know if that counts as Japanese horror.
It depends, because Japanese horror, like again, the idea for like Onryo and things like that is that it's a curse that takes on a new life of its own and becomes much more savage and uncontrollable. That's kind of like the idea. But here, I'm just, it's more like a twist on the expression, I kill you and spit on your grave instead.
Yeah, Fear 2 was like a very bizarre fan fiction,
Nobody
I'll say.
wants, nobody wanted Fear 2. Even less people wanted Fear 3. And that's it. Like again, I've often like viewed Fear in like the sense of like Jesus Christ, how could you improve it? And there are many ways to make Fear better. Like the idea, like there's someone on YouTube, I forget her name, but she invented this amazing concept for Fear 2, with the idea that you as the protagonist, like okay, they keep the rape idea in mind, but they don't explicitly have it be you or anything like that. It's the character. And so during the game, you're being chased by a creature called the Creeper. And it's described like she describes it like this big, muscly entity with black hair that covers the entirety of its face, but you see its teeth constantly grinning at you. And the only other like detail you can see is like a pair of golden dog tags that clink and clang whenever it moves. And it's very like it's again heavily implying that the protagonist was and there's like this old term in the military that's the squad bitch, which is like um basic excuse me, basically someone that they sexually use and things of that nature. It doesn't happen anymore, but it was something more prevalent back when the whole don't ask, don't tell thing was like a big rule in the military. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. But it was a cool concept and an interesting idea. They also like she also tried to give Alma more of a character, personality, focusing on the idea of like her and her sister, you know, the other surviving Wade sibling out there, all that kind of shit. And these were like great ideas that I honestly want to see executed because I know this person could write it well. And unfortunately, it didn't really come to pass. And again, these are like some of the biggest problems with like Fear as a whole. Is that there's a very clear way of making Fear 2 and Fear 3 more enjoyable games that doesn't involve either A, humanizing the monster that Alma's become, and B, uh, saying to the fan base or the player, like, fuck you, you deserve to get the rape. It's like, no. Again, it's all these like small little niggles and small little problems that prevents Fear from being the successful horror franchise that Warner Brothers and Vivendi wanted it to be. Again, but that's why we have Trepang 2. Trepang. And that's why we have an enjoyable fucking game that, you know, you can just say, fuck it, I'm going to turn off my brain for a few minutes and start slaughtering countless people because fuck it. In this horror game, I'm the monster. In a very literal sense. Actually, I need to check and see. I'm going to check something with Trepang real quick because I'm curious about something. Bear with me a second.
Oh, I'm also making a Fear adaptation too, but that one's been kind of a doozy.
Okay, here we go. So according to this, uh, okay, so a direct sequel isn't currently in development, but the team confirmed that they're not done with the Trepang universe and will share updates for future plans. That was relatively recently, so that's good. That's good. It means that they are indeed working on more shit. It's like, God, I want to work with these guys, but I don't have any programming skills. Ah. Oh, the game's actually on sale for $10.
I would turn my favorite adaptation into like a animated movie.
That's cool. And then actually, you can buy the deluxe edition for about $11 right now. That's actually good. Jordan, you
It
said
would also
Yeah,
be
I'm
in the
here.
dispatch style.
I'm here. I'm just thinking. I'm just having. I don't know. See, how do I explain this?
Yeah.
I'm just trying. I've been trying to like fucking think, because I have kind of the interior done. It's not fully done. I'm just trying to think, how am I going to put a shell on this thing? How am I going to make the exterior work? And it's just hard to really visualize in my head. It's just hard to figure out what I need to do here.
What about panels? Like segmented panels that make up the show?
Well, let me show you my dilemma, because I'll
Alright.
post it in voice chat text.
Yeah, sure.
And I'll
Is it like the place where you have to control it?
And so that's
Let me see.
the Zeppelin, right? That's the thing I'm tracing over, and that's the interior done so far, and I don't know how I'm gonna put a shell over that. Alright, so
Okay, I see.
like
Let me zoom in and look at this.
Hmm.
and I'm also
Yeah, that
having
is a
trouble getting the fucking the top half to have the ramp and ladder. Well, it's not gonna be ladders, but I mean, I can try it again and see if it works, but doubt it.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Okay, I think I fixed that problem.
Oh. Worked. I just had to smash it a few times. Yay.
And as I was saying, Rev, my adaptation would be in like a dispatch like art style.
Okay. Well, for me, I think Fear works best when it's like trying to do its like pseudo Call of Duty realistic design. Mostly because, again, Fear like horror works best when you're getting as close to possible to like realistic as humanly possible, because you remove that barrier of like the screen and me. There's like a screen between me and myself. Like when you play a VR game, horror is more like in your face, basically. But that's just my take on that. But yes, I did want to also mention, like I said, the Trepang is on sale, so that's good. If anyone doesn't have it, I would recommend getting it now before the sale ends, and then you just wind up having to pay about $30. So even then, it's not that bad.
Yeah, I'd probably also raise the Japanese horror levels to the max. And when it
Yeah.
comes to the replica design, I would totally prefer the ones from the first game.
Well, the replicas were the most simplistic designs out there, and I think it worked for what it was. Because again, they're supposed to be clones. They are replications of people, just regular folks that have been created, yada yada yada. So there's nothing else to them. You know, you don't have to like spend hours designing in a super complex or super like elaborate design. You can just be as simple as you need to. And I know that a lot of people
Well, I
gave.
did make a OC that sort of has free will.
Oh, excuse me, that was my stomach just now. That being said, you also have things like again to bring it back to Fang for a second. The 106, he's basically just point like an evolved point man. So that's also kind of like, oh shit. Hold on, I'm just checking something.
And also my replica OC, he's basically like the equal to Point Man, but a lot more, I would say, dangerous because he's been. Actually, I'm still debating if he should be like a hybrid of a standard rep and a replica assassin. Now those literally had their bones removed, replaced with ceramic components that makes them more nimble or something.
Well, again, it's not difficult to replicate Point Man because that's kind of like we've saw it in fucking in Fear 2 with
Michael Beckett.
yeah, it's like it proves that yes, it is entirely possible to replicate Point Man. It's entirely possible to like um create something like him, which again is always kind of interesting, and I think always indirectly confirmed that yeah, he didn't need to do all the things that Wade did to his daughter to create a powerful individual like that. But again, I know that the point
Yeah,
of the
that's the most fucked up thing in Fear is how basically how Point Man and Paxton Fettle exist. Yeah, it's really fucked up.
there was this idea, like much like you, I tend to do rewrites myself because it's a hobby. But there was a similar kind of like concept I had in terms of that, and the idea was basically how do you what's the word how to make that less gross, and my idea was simply like insinuate that yeah the whole Alma stuff did happen and that they didn't use what's the word Harlan's DNA. They just well they use Harlan's DNA, but they do the insemination thing like normal, and then Harlan just overrides it with his own genetic material, basically, and that's how that works. At least in my rewriting kind of project, but that's neither here nor there. Again, I've got a lot to do with
Um,
that, and not a lot
okay,
going.
I'll just say my idea the quick way. Point Man and Fettle, they're not going to be inbred. I'll say.
Good. It's always such a dumb idea. I mean it too. It's like just the most stupid concept out there. Again, I think it was because they wanted to make.
Basically,
Um,
the things that were made for them to be born, they were born from two different fathers that they're never gonna know. Basically,
the point is that again, you can tell why it was done. Again, it's to make Harlan more of a bastard than what he already was. Like, oh my god, he did this to his own daughter, and he did that. Oh my god, all that kind of shit. And it's
oh
like,
yeah, he'll
okay,
still be a piece of shit though. Yeah.
well, yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. Just strictly how the show, or not show, how the games present Harlan. And it's like there just comes a point where the villainy just reaches like a point where you just can't take it seriously anymore, and that's strictly when it's like, okay, now, oh, he shot a pregnant woman and he hit a puppy. Oh my God, the monster. It's like, okay, now you're just getting absurd.
I do like the replica face mask though.
Which again is what led the Trepang team to like do what they do with like all the characters really, like all the enemies you encounter in Japan are just gas mask wielding, not even sorry, hockey mask wearing guys, but it works because hey, that is proper like military fatigues and things like that.
And also another thing I'd work hard to add in my adaptation is a reference to songs from an industrial metal band that I really like.
So
Fear Factory.
okay. Bear with me a second. I need to focus on that. Oh,
What?
sorry, I'm just playing Warframe and doing the Pareto Rebellion stuff again, and there is like a whole swarm of like just angry anarchs trying to kill me. It's like, oh god. The,
Yeah,
the whole
I would add
the
a
whole
reference to Fear Factory band.
the whole fucking ridge line I was just on lit up like a fucking Roman candle. They're just firing from all sides like, oh my god, where did these assholes come from?
Yeah, the first Fear Factory song I heard, it it's one of those songs like you read the lyrics, it's really deep and very depressing. The song by Fear Factory is called Replica.
Where's that other tube? Sorry, just doing something. There we go.
Basically, if you're gonna tie that song Replica to the Fear game series, it would mostly relate to the Point Man probably, and possibly Fatal as well. Yeah, basically the song is about someone being born through, well, rape, which is bad, and also being born through hate and not really being wanted at all, which is sad at the end. Yeah, that's basically the meaning of the Fear Factory song Replica. But tie that song to the game, it works.
Okay, I'm gonna do this. Actually, if you does this still go if I pause it? No, it doesn't. All right. Well, I need to get up and do something real quick. I'm gonna hop off the call for a little while.
Alright.
But I'll try to get back as soon as I can. Is that all right with everyone?
Yeah, it's
All
alright.
right, man.
I will say, Rev,
All right, Jordan. I'll see you later. See you.
I will
Corey.
say before you go, I
Yeah,
think,
shoot.
let me check the time. Me and Corey will
Sure.
be attending a Broken Circle game night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we'll be
Okay.
gone for a bit, but if I'm awake later in the night, we'll come back on Jurassic Ark. So, yeah. So at 8 p.m., that's when we'll be
All right, sounds.
doing that. I mean, I guess you could technically join us if you wanted, but you'd have to join the server for that, and I don't know if you want to add another server to your list.
I got you. I got you. No worries. I'm good. But I appreciate the offer.
All right.
All right. So in about 4 hours then. All right. See you guys later.
See ya.
It's just us now.
I'm just typing on Discord servers to ask for suggestions of this predicament I find myself in, so don't mind me if I'm quiet.
For a sad song, the drum solo does not disappoint. Another hardcore song by Fear Factory is Demanufacture. Oh man. That song is literally about bringing down a whole city full of industrial buildings and just burning it off the ground.
Yeah.
Which is really what happened to Steel, which is crazy. That's why those songs would work so well in an adaptation. And that is a very well written quote. The nature of men to make monsters, and it's the nature of monsters to destroy their makers.
Yes.
And putting something like that in Halo wouldn't be too far-fetched, but it's best to, how can I say it? Stories like that in Halo. You can try, but it's usually those type of stories people ain't really too keen with those. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, the Spartan 3s. Oh yeah, my timeline. Well, it wasn't really a revolt. It was their protest of Ackerson got everyone's attention on Onyx. And I know, I'm practically ruining Ackerson in a way, but
Yes, you are.
it's just one of those risks, you know. Some risks are good, some are bad, and can be very critical of, but so far it's just one of the bad decisions I made. Best to have one bad decision, not several. I mean, I didn't have to make Operation Prometheus actually happen again, but you want to have a good story, you got to have tragedy here and there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but seriously, sending the entire 300 of Alpha Company to destroy a moon and they all died, that is just a waste of life. Like, it literally took them like almost 4 to 5 years to get all those Spartan 3s trained after they got augmented. And Windows 11 January 2026 update. PC never. I don't know. It's a meme I found in the Broken Circle thing. It says, "Oh, it's like a Matrix meme type picture." How you doing, man?
Oh fuck, I forgot I was even streaming Chicken Egg. Where are his friends? I not hear them. Well... I don't know.